Lancer has held a very slim lead in their head-to-head battles. You can see that historical edge translating into confidence right now. It'll be interesting to see if Omnic can find a way to disrupt that flow. What a scramble. He barely survives that exchange and secures the second straight. Lancer's cruising along with a solid 2-1 advantage. He's putting that lower rank to the side for a moment. Lancer is really putting on a clinic, up 3-1. A really clean look for the favorite so far. Lancer's got a really strong grip on this match right now. He's making things look easy. Just another dominant showing from Lancer in their head-to-head history. An absolute shutdown on that exchange. Lancer is moving in for the kill with zero resistance. A quick response from Omnic to put a halt to that slide. Just trying to carve out some breathing room here. Goodness, both players were practically empty. Lancer somehow manages to scrape through that brutal exchange. Omnic has a rough 35% win rate on this specific map. It's starting to look like a really steep uphill battle for him. Lancer is really taking advantage of that familiarity to put some distance between them. Unbelievable. He clawed back from the brink to secure another win just before the break. He's looking much sharper now as we head toward the break. Lancer takes a 7-5 lead into the break. Things are playing out exactly as we thought they would. Omnic is hanging in there, but Lancer's higher rank is showing for now. Let's see a fresh push here. He's staying aggressive and keeping the pressure on, refusing to back down as the score tightens. He's really capitalizing on this momentary lapse in control. Absolute perfection from the underdog, and we are officially back to a dead heat. The momentum has completely shifted in favor of the underdog. Lancer edges ahead again, holding a narrow 8-7 lead. A highly contested head-to-head series, as we've seen from their total history. A total shutdown there. He is refusing to let this lead slip away, squaring the match at 8-8. A quick, clean kill to bring this whole thing back to a draw. He completely dismantles that attempt on the ramp, taking a narrow 1-round lead. Omnic is starting to find a real rhythm with his fast kills. Pure chaos in this exchange. He barely hangs on to widen the gap to 10-8. The pressure is really mounting on the higher seed here. A grueling exchange that finally goes in Lancer's favor, cutting the gap to 1. It's an incredibly tight race, barely any separation between these two. Lancer brings it all back to a 10-10 deadlock. Lancer's edge in their long-term rivalry is really starting to show. He's showing a lot of heart, stepping back into the lead at 11-10. An incredible turnaround for the lower-seeded player tonight. He's simply refusing to break, stepping up to the precipice of victory with another effortless win. The underdog has completely seized control of the server. What a gritty fight! He digs deep to keep his hopes alive in this series. The higher seed is making a desperate charge to stay in this. Unbelievable. Omnic finishes the job with a pristine headshot to secure the series win. He really defied the odds and the history of this map to come out on top. What a fight! Zeth holds a massive lifetime lead in their head-to-head history, which is a huge psychological edge. He really seems to have the measure of his opponent in these duels. We'll see if Lancer can shake that off early. Zeth is dominating, holding a tight 2-1 lead. Lancer is normally the more consistent hand in these pairings. Zeth is really putting on the pressure here, taking control of the early game. That's another fast one, and he's now completely taken over this early stretch. Tough spot to be in after that tight loss to Omnic. He's absolutely on fire, putting 4 straight on the board. Lancer is usually the one controlling the pace in these games. Pure speed from Zeth, and that's 5 on the board now. Tough to shake the momentum after that narrow defeat to Omnic. Unbelievable, he barely scrapes through that fight, but it's another one for the record books. A really surprising look for the higher rated player right now. Lancer finally finds an opening and earns a point to keep things interesting. The higher rated player is finally started to push back. Lancer has historically found a bit more success on this specific map with a 48% win rate. Well, that seems to be fueling his confidence now that he's clawed back a few rounds. It'll be interesting to see if he can fully overturn this deficit. Zeth goes into the break with an 8-4 lead. I mean, he's playing completely above his rank right now. We expected Lancer to take the lead, but Zeth's 6-round tear really flipped the script. Time to see if Lancer resets. Zeth is just relentless, extending his lead to 9-4. He's showing the confidence of someone who just swept through against Ignis. Zeth is just cruising now, pushing the lead to 10-4. Hard to believe the lower ranked player is this far ahead. He's completely untouchable right now, securing another rapid fire victory to hit a 3-round streak. And another, he's practically handing himself the match after that 4-round burst. Lancer pulls off a clean kill to keep his hopes alive. Needed a strong response to stay in this fight. What a statement! Zeth closes the door with total authority to wrap up the series. He really just played that map like he owned it, completely disregarding the odds heading into this one. Zeth has the slight edge in their head-to-head history with a 51% win rate over the long term. And honestly, the higher rating for Zeth suggests he might be better equipped to handle the pressure here. We have to see if Omnic can recover the momentum from their last encounter. Omnic's staring down a lead, pushing Zeth into the corner. Exactly how the underdog looked in their last series together. He's just not letting up, taking total control of the early game. That's a surprising look for the lower rated player today. Zeth secures a quick response from the ramp to cut the lead. He definitely knows how to find his mark in this specific setting. Omnic just won't let Zeth settle in, shutting him down even with that ramp advantage. Zeth is making that ramp look like the place to be, continuing his quick response right now. An interesting shift for the favorite of the day. Unbelievable. He barely hangs on with a sliver of health to drag Zeth off that ramp. That's a respectable showing considering he's the lower ranked player in this pairing. Omnic really seems to have a handle on this matchup since their previous meeting today. He's clearly carrying that confidence into this series. It'll be interesting to see if Zeth can rediscover the form that usually gives him the edge. Omnic is really building a cushion here, taking a clean fight against Zeth on that ramp. Omnic takes an 8-4 lead into the break. I mean, he's really making the most of this start. He completely flipped the script, since Zeth generally holds the advantage on this map. Time for Zeth to push back. Omnic is still comfortably ahead, holding an 8-5 advantage. Zeth's been on a tear lately, bringing that high energy from his earlier win over Lancer. Omnic extends the gap to 9-5, looking unstoppable. A complete reversal from their most recent duel. These two are trading blows rapidly now. Neither one is willing to let the other string together a real sequence. He's showing real resolve now, securing another quick pick to trim the lead. He's refusing to let that lead get out of reach. Omnic is firmly in the driver's seat at 10-7. He's proving today that he can maintain this high level of play. The speed of these exchanges is incredible. Omnic is just reacting a fraction faster than Zeth right now. Omnic just completely shuts down that comeback attempt by picking Zeth off the ramp. Absolute perfection from Omnic to seal the deal and close out the series. He's just continuing a real tear against Zeth lately, completely ignoring the history books in this series. Lancer enters this series as the overall favorite. He's usually the one controlling the pace in this rivalry, but Omnic has certainly found a way to disrupt that today. It'll be interesting to see if he can actually reclaim his advantage. Omnic is firmly in the driver's seat at 2-1. He's fighting to get back to that 152-151 lead in their head-to-head. Lancer has completely shifted the energy of this match, erasing that early deficit in an instant. Omnic keeps the momentum swinging with a 3-2 lead. Lancer hasn't had much luck in his other games today. We are deadlocked at 3 apiece now. He's been struggling lately after 2 tough losses today. Lancer is starting to separate himself here, putting a real amount of pressure on Omnic to respond. Total stalemate as we hit 4-all. A really tough afternoon for the higher ranked man here. Lancer finally pulls ahead, leading things 5-4. He is really trying to bounce back after that tough 5-13 loss to Zeth. Omnic has a 70% win rate in his last 10 games, which shows how much his recent form has shifted. Well, it's clearly a sharp contrast to the way things have started here today. I wonder if that confidence will translate into a comeback? Lancer holds a 7-5 lead heading into the switch. I mean, it's a narrow gap, but he's playing exactly like the favorite we expected to see on Orange today. Time to see if Omnic can respond. Absolutely wild. He barely escapes that disaster, surviving with a single point of health to claw back a round. Unreal how he just managed to pull that off. Lancer extends his cushion, now leading 8-6. The gap between them on the ladder is really starting to show. Lancer's comfortably in charge with a 9-6 grip. The overall numbers definitely lean his way in this rivalry. Lancer is absolutely rolling now, taking total control of the match. That's some serious composure from the higher ranked man. He puts a stop to that run, clawing back around. He's really fighting the uphill battle here as the lower seeded player. Lancer is really putting the hammer down now, leaving very little room for an Omnic comeback. The match has become a complete toss-up lately, with neither side able to string together a decent run. He's staying aggressive, putting together another win to keep this comeback attempt alive. He's showing the resilience that's defined his recent climb on the ladder. What a huge sequence, he's just completely shut down his opponent and has the wind in his sails. Unbelievable. He's completely rewritten the script here, leveling the game at 11-all. He's simply relentless right now, pushing his lead to 12-11 after another fierce engagement. What an incredible finish! He closes the door on this series with a stunning turnaround. He's finally done it, evening out their lifetime record in what had to be the most stressful battle of the day. What a fight! Zeth has a commanding historical lead in this matchup with a 59% win rate. You can tell he feels comfortable facing Lancer, especially coming off that blowout win in their most recent meeting. Now we see if the underdog can turn things around early. Unbelievable! He claws out a victory from the ramp, barely surviving that exchange. Zeth is really leaning into that confidence from their previous encounter. Lancer secures the kill from the ramp, refusing to let his opponent run away with this. The favorites are finally starting to show some life here. Total lockdown from Lancer, outplaying his opponent with absolute ease for another round. Lancer is playing exactly like the favorite we expected today. What a surge! He completely wipes the floor with Zeth to even the playing field. That's 3 straight for the man on fire. A sharp reaction from Zeth to reclaim the lead. Lancer has really been struggling to find his footing today. A huge swing here as Lancer manages to even the score completely. Lancer is proving he can hold his own tonight. Zeth is making a habit of using that ramp to keep a slim advantage. He's putting that recent 13-5 victory into perspective. Zeth has been on a tear lately with a 2014 record today. That momentum is clearly translating into this map. As Lancer continues to slide, he's desperate to stop the bleeding. Now, Lancer outduels him right from the ramp, keeping his momentum strong as we head toward the break. A clean finish to keep things tight. We've got a dead heat at 6-6. I mean, Lancer was supposed to take control here, but Zeth isn't folding. This is shaping up to be a real toss-up as they switch sides. Let's see who blinks first. He puts on a display of resilience, taking a clean win from the ramp to grab a 1-round lead. A really quick pivot to take control here. Zeth makes a play from the ramp to stop Lancer's momentum and push back into the lead. The higher rated player is definitely feeling the pressure now. Both players went for the same spot, but Zeth just had the faster hands in that duel. Tough spot for Lancer to be in, having dropped 3 games today. What an absolute war of attrition. Lancer claws his way back to a deadlock after a brutal exchange. A high pressure reset that puts them right back on a level playing field. Zeth just barely edges ahead in this tight battle. The lower ranked player is really making his presence felt here. Lancer is refusing to break, forcing his way back into a tie by knocking Zeth off the ramp. He's really fighting the good fight today. Lancer completely shuts him down here, taking full control of the map. A really clean sequence to push him into the lead. Lancer just completely broke the momentum, dropping him off the ramp for a 3rd straight win. The momentum has completely shifted in his favor. Lancer is simply on another level right now, moving within a single round of closing this out. A massive save by Zeth, refusing to let the match slip away with a perfect hold from the ramp. He's refusing to go down quietly, keeping this fight alive with another flawless entry. The pressure is really mounting on the favorite now. Unbelievable. He catches Lancer off the ramp to force a deadlock at 12 all. Absolute chaos as this match descends into total anarchy. The momentum shift is total as he puts up a 4th straight round to take the lead. Zeth is really capitalizing on this momentum right now. What a response! Lancer shuts the door on that surge and brings this deadlock straight back to a tie. Absolute nerves of steel to force the tiebreaker. What a scramble! He nearly fell in that firefight but manages to dig deep and claim another round. A total nail-biter of a finish to take the lead. He fights his way back into a deadlock, outdueling the opposition in a battle on the ramp. Neither of these two is giving an inch tonight. The momentum is completely flipped now as Zeph secures another huge round to reach match point. The pressure is finally getting to the favorite. Zeph seals the deal. What a spectacular way to close out the series and take the victory. He just couldn't close the gap after that wild swing in overtime. Talk about a grueling way to end it. He really had to work for that. What a scramble! Omnic barely manages to survive that opening trade to take the lead. Omnic is really putting the pressure on early, clearing Zeth right off those boxes. Hard to believe the underdog is the one struggling here. Absolute perfection. He hasn't let a single bullet touch him yet today. He's really playing his best game against his longtime rival. He's simply outclassing the field right now, sweeping through a fourth straight. He is simply untouchable right now, extending the lead to a clean 5-0. He's simply not missing, moving to a total shutout at 6-0. He's definitely shaking off that loss from their last head-to-head. Finally, Zed gets around on the board to slow this momentum down. He's historically had the edge in this long-running rivalry. Zed holds a narrow lead over the course of 800 matches between these two. It's a very tight historical battle, but we're seeing that parity translate into the actual scoreline right now. It'll be interesting to see if Zed can push this even further. The surge is real. Zeph has completely flipped the script, charging back with 4 straight rounds. He's really making those favorite labels look premature right now. A total eclipse of the scoreboard. He's completely taken over the map with 5 consecutive rounds. The momentum has completely shifted in his favor. We're deadlocked at 6-6. I mean, the favorite started out strong, but Zeth completely clawed back the lead. Both players have found an answer for each other in this wild half. Time to see who blinks first. Omnic claws back just ahead, making it 7-6. The higher rated man will be wanting to claw back control. Omnic is really starting to capitalize on his current form, having a 70% win rate over his last 10 matches. It's providing a huge spark for him in this specific series. We're seeing that confidence turn into a genuine lead. Zeth simply outdueled him there, walking away without taking a single point of damage. The underdog is really refusing to let the game slip away. He holds that high ground perfectly, securing another win from the ramp. Zeth is proving that those labels are completely wrong today. Unbelievable. He just completely wipes the slate clean and brings this match back to a dead heat. He's just too sharp right now, taking full control as he reaches double digits. The momentum swings back as Omnic secures the point from the ramp. He's finding a lot of success in today's fixtures. Omnic is really speeding up his reactions as we get deeper into this series. A stunningly clean piece of aim to bring everything level in the series. A total stalemate as we head into the final stretch. Absolutely fierce. He just puts himself on the verge of victory with another dominant showing. Unbelievable. Zeth shuts the door on this series and closes out the game. He just barely managed to edge out the victory after a while back and forth. Omnic really fought for every inch of ground there. What a fight! Absolute chaos in the opening round. Lancer barely closed through that one, surviving with just a sliver of health. Lancer started the day on a cold stretch with 0 wins in 4 matches. But it looks like he's finally shaking that off. He's historically the stronger player here, and these opening rounds are proving he can still control the pace. We're all square now with Omnic and Lancer tied up. His overall career win rate usually puts him in the driver's seat. Unreal precision from Omnic, who just completely took over this set. He's fighting an uphill battle after a rough 0-4 start today. The momentum shift is absolute. He's just cruising through this run. Lancer's higher rating isn't helping him much here. Omnic is just unstoppable right now, quickly picking Lancer off the ramp. That huge experience gap isn't showing in the results. He's just in a different league right now, claiming another victory to reach 6 straight. The head-to-head history between these two is a total dead heat. Lancer finally finds his mark, knocking Omnic off the ramp to cut the deficit. Lancer really needed to wake up and put some pressure on the board. Lancer puts on a strong display, cleaning up Omnic right off the ramp. He's finally starting to look like the favorite again. He is simply refusing to back down, taking this round with absolute ease to tighten the grip on the set. We head into the break with a 6-6 deadlock. I mean, Omnic is really shaking things up here. He's holding his own despite being the long shot. But Lancer's late surge shows why he's usually the preferred pick. Fresh start for both. He secures a flawless pick from the window to take a 1-round lead. A very clean look at the target for another win. What a scramble! He manages to survive that shootout to keep the momentum shifting in his favor. The momentum has completely swung as he pushes his lead to 3 games. His game is finally showing through as he takes control. He's not letting the lead slip away, securing another fast point to keep this comeback alive. He manages to outduel Lancer right in the window as the comeback continues. He is really putting the pressure back on now. What a stand! He puts a stop to the ramp defense and completely evens the score. A completely different story now as things sit at a dead even split. He's just on fire right now, racking up a 4th straight to lead the map. The underdog is truly finding his footing in this series. He's absolutely tearing through the competition now, picking Lancer off the ramp to take a 2-round lead. He's simply not playing like the underdog anymore. He needed that timing to keep his hopes alive. He just can't be stopped, sweeping Lancer off the ramp to move within a single point of victory. The pressure is mounting for the higher seeded side. Lancer is showing some real heart here, staying cool to deny that immediate match ending point. Unbelievable, he secures a perfect final point to complete the rally and take the victory. Just can't believe the grit he showed to close that out. He really forced his way through the door on that one. What a fight. Zeth looks way too comfortable playing from the high ground to start things off. Zeth owns a clear edge in the head-to-head history, having won nearly 60% of their encounters. But he's really fighting against the tide today, after that last match. It'll be interesting to see if Lancer can use this momentum to flip the script on their rivalry. Everything is back on the line now, with Zeth and Lancer locked at a dead heat. He's shaken off a rough start to the day with that response. Zeth is moving a step ahead here, continuing a strong streak of results against Lancer. He's certainly proving a tough puzzle for Lancer to solve right now. Lancer's clawed his way back to make this a clean 3-all. Surprisingly, Lancer's been struggling with a few tough losses lately. Zeth just secures a quick one from the box to reclaim the advantage. He seems to be leaning on that confidence from their last set. Lancer managed to outduel him from the high ground there, and now we are looking at a real toss-up. He's fighting for a really tough stretch today. Zeth pulls ahead by 1 as we enter round 9. That's still a tough mountain to climb for Lancer given the current cold streak. Lancer forces another tie, keeping this duel wide open. Neither of these two seems to have a clear advantage today. Lancer is picking up speed here, quickly turning the tide in his favor as we head toward the half. Lancer takes a 7-5 lead into the break. Well, it's exactly what we expected to see. He managed to put together a nice string of rounds to keep his slight edge as the favorite. Sides are swapping, let's get back in. Lancer narrowly holds the lead at 7-6. A narrow 1-point gap keeps this completely undecided. Zeth is quickly taking control of this series, dragging Lancer right off the box for another fast win. An effortless burst to the head, and he's just completely taken over this half. He's simply untouchable right now, extending this run to 4 consecutive rounds. He's simply on a different level right now, picking up his 5th consecutive win. Zeth keeps the heat coming, clearing Lancer right off that box to move 1 step closer to a victory. Lancer finally breaks through that wall to get himself back in the game. A crucial spark for Lancer after a rough day on the server. He is putting up a fierce fight, shutting down that attempt to close the map. The resilience is incredible as Lancer continues this charge with another win. A quick set of reflexes there to keep things tight. Absolutely outplayed, Lancer keeps the steam rolling with a huge 4th straight to erase the lead. His early favorite status is finally starting to show. Lancer is simply unstoppable right now, knocking Zeth off the box to reach match point. Absolute dominance in that exchange. Unreal. He finds the shot from the box to tie it all up at 12-12. Zeth has completely shifted the momentum and is now just 1 round away from closing this out. A tough result for the slight favorite in this series. He manages to scramble and claw out a victory, keeping the surge going for a 3rd straight round. Lancer really can't seem to shake this cold stretch from earlier today. What a survival! Lancer barely escapes with his life after that brutal exchange to keep the pressure high. Lancer really clung to that sliver of health to stay alive. A complete shutdown on the target to pull ahead to 15-13. Hard to believe the favorite is suddenly the one chasing the series. He closes it out with a final burst from the box to secure the match. He just refused to go away in that final stretch. Lancer put up a massive fight, but he couldn't quite close the door. What a battle! Welcome everyone to the arena. Omnic and Zeth are facing off now to see who can reach 13 rounds first. Omnic looks sharp early on, taking out Zeth right off that Tetris platform. Zeth has historically held his own in this head-to-head. Omnic has managed to win 405 rounds in their historical matchups, but the edge always seems to slip back to Zeth. I mean, it's interesting because that trend is holding up perfectly with their last encounter today. Let's see if Zeth can keep the momentum rolling. Zeth really isn't letting Omnic breathe, shutting him down even with that height advantage. The underdogs are fighting back a strong start. Omnic completely shuts that down, taking Zeth right off the high ground to keep things even. Zeth is usually the more consistent one on the ladder. Omnic holds a slim 3-2 lead as we move forward. Zeth usually comes in as the more dominant force in their head-to-head. We've got a dead heat at 3-3 now. He's certainly showing that higher seed confidence right now. Zeth is really starting to take control here, putting together a nice little run of wins. A real shake-up given how the odds looked before this. They're neck and neck at 4 apiece. He's starting to fight back against those higher seed expectations. Omnic pulls ahead, edging Zeth by a single point. The underdog is really finding his footing in this series. That's a complete turnaround, with Omnic securing 3 straightes and now leading by 2. Zeth cleans up from the ramp as the sides prepare to switch. The momentum shifts just as we hit the midpoint. We're sitting at a 6-6 deadlock. It's a complete toss-up right now. Omnic was heavily favored coming in, but Zeth is proving he can hold his own on the arena. Let's see who blinks first. Both players decided to fight for the same piece of real estate there, and Omnic came out on top. He's really fighting to close a gap in the rankings here. Omnic has shifted the momentum entirely with a 2-round streak. Well, it's an interesting turn of events because he's usually the one struggling in the historical head-to-head. He's definitely trying to put that pass behind him right now. What a fight! Zeth manages to survive with practically nothing left after clamping down on him from the ramp. He refuses to back down, securing another victory to pull within one. Those last 2 rounds were a complete blur. Zeth wipes the floor with him from the ramp to force a dead tie. A totally different pace than we saw earlier. Absolutely flawless reflex play, and he's now sitting on a 4-round tier. He just can't stop now, pushing the lead to 11-9 with a huge run of 5 straight. It's just a total shutdown of any comeback effort. A huge relief for Omnic, putting an end to that brutal slide. A surprising twist for the higher rated competitor to be fighting this hard. Zeth is just relentless, picking him off the boost and putting himself a single point away from victory. Everything is shifting in favor of the lower seed. Unreal, he barely survives the exchange and secures the match victory. That was an absolute nail-biter, but Zeth just keeps proving he's the one to beat in this matchup. He really fought for every bit of that victory. What a fight! unbelievable. Omnic barely scrapes through that exchange with a single point of health left. Lancer is having a nightmare of a day with a 0-6 record in the last 24 hours. That poor form is really contrasting with how he's typically performed against Omnic. He's definitely struggling to get his footing in this set. Total control. He's just sweeping through this opening set. Quite a reversal from their most recent head-to-head encounter. He just can't find a way through. 5 in a row for the frontrunner. Lancer really needs to shake this slump off. Pure efficiency. He's just tearing through the opposition right now. The higher rated player is just completely missing his mark here. He's simply outclassing his opponent right now, claiming a 7th straight round. The underdog is making a huge statement here. He's just too fast, extending that lead to a perfect 8 rounds. Finally, Lancer answers back after a tough stretch of rounds. The higher ranked player is finally showing some signs of life. Lancer actually has a slightly better win rate here with 48% on this map, and honestly, it looks like he's finally starting to lean into that advantage. Let's see if this is a genuine turn in the match, or just a momentary lapse from Omnic. Omnic holds a solid 8-4 lead heading into the break. I mean, he's completely flipped the script on the pre-match predictions. Lancer is just not playing to his usual standard, and the underdog is looking very comfortable right now. Omnic extends his dominance, pulling ahead to 9-4. He's just fighting through a brutal run of games today. Omnic is absolutely relentless, pushing the gap to 10-4. Lancer is really feeling the weight of those recent losses today. He is just out of his mind right now, shutting down any hope of a recovery. Lancer has clearly lost his confidence after that series of losses to Zeth. He manages to claw back around after that punishing sequence. A solid point for the higher rated man to keep things interesting. He just picks him off from the wine, putting himself in a position to close this match right now. What a scramble! Both players were practically dead, but he manages to limp away with the win. Lancer just proved he can still hold his own in these high-pressure trades. He's putting up a fight, securing another one to stall the finish. The pressure is definitely on for the current leader to wrap this up. Lancer is refusing to go quietly, taking another round without taking any damage. Lancer's on a roll now, securing his 4th straight round and keeping the dream alive. He's finally starting to look like the favorite we expected. He is simply on fire, taking this round without losing a single point of health. And there it is, Omnic shuts the door and secures the victory. Lancer really climbed back into the game, but it just wasn't enough to stop the momentum. He fought hard for every round. What a battle! Zed has the clear advantage historically, winning a high percentage of their previous encounters. He's also coming in with much more confidence after a strong run of results lately. It will be interesting to see if he can translate that momentum into a lead early on. Lancer is absolutely on fire right now, taking a commanding 3-round lead. He's finally found an answer, showing some grit to get back in the game. The slight favorite is starting to feel the pressure. Another quick engagement for Zeph as he refuses to let the deficit grow. He's really starting to shake off those early mistakes. Unreal, he somehow survives that exchange with a sliver of health to tie things up. Quite the reversal for the player the odds maker's back. What a fight! He claws through that exchange to take his 4th straight round. Absolute chaos to see him survive another one with barely any health. He's just not stopping. Zeth keeps rolling with a 5th straight win to take control. The script has flipped completely for the supposed favorite. He's simply unstoppable, picking up another victory to keep this streak alive. Lancer holds his ground in a gritty exchange to secure another victory. Just a glimpse of the form that made him the favorite going in. A perfectly clean exchange here, with Zeth asserting his presence once again. A quick reaction to snap right back into the lead. Zeth enters the break with a strong 8-4 lead. The underdog is really making a statement here. He looks far more prepared than Lancer, who is clearly struggling to find his footing today. Lancer needs a serious spark here. He's staying sharp, quickly putting another round on the board to extend the cushion. The momentum shift is looking permanent for the underdog. He's showing serious grit, weathering a tough trade to push his lead to 10. It's a nightmare scenario for the supposed favorite. Zed is sitting on a very strong 21-13 record over the last day. It's a stark contrast to the slump Lancer has been dealing with throughout this event. We have to wonder if that deeper confidence will allow him to shut the door quickly. Total lockdown from the challenger right now. A huge contrast to how things started for the favorite. Boom! He shuts it down with a perfect shot to secure the victory. He's really putting on a clinic today, continuing that hot streak we've seen throughout the afternoon. Zeth enters this one on a 5-game win streak, bringing plenty of momentum into the server. That confidence is showing early on, especially since he already took the most recent encounter between these two. Let's see if Omnic can tighten up his defense to answer back. Omnic manages to track him down and clean up that push from the ramp. Zeth has consistently held the upper hand in their historical matchups. Absolute deadlock now, both players sitting at 2 apiece. He's fighting the uphill battle as the lower rated man tonight. Zeth secures the lead with a slim 3-2 advantage. Hard to shake that 80% form Zeth is bringing tonight. The gap is starting to widen here as Zeth puts a lot of pressure on the scoreboard. It's been a tough run of form for the number 29 seed tonight. Zeth keeps his grip on a thin 4-3 lead. That victory keeps Omnic in the mix for now. Omnic is on a roll now, simply too quick for Zeth on the ramp. Zeth has generally owned the lion's share of their head-to-head history. Zeth really nailed that positioning, utilizing the boxes to secure another round for himself. The favored player is definitely feeling the heat right now. Zeth is really starting to find his footing and is simply refusing to let Omnic back into this match. It's a tough spot for the higher seed to find an answer. Zeth maintains a slim edge, leading it 6-5. He's certainly making his case today despite the lower rank. We've got a total stalemate at 6-6. Honestly, Omnic is doing a great job resisting that 80% win rate Zeth has been putting up lately. Neither side has been able to pull away from the other. Time for a fresh slate. Omnic surges ahead to grab a 1-round advantage. The momentum has shifted toward the underdog in a big way. Omnic is really stepping up his game, despite having a 34% win rate on this layout. While he's clearly ignoring the numbers and taking full control of the pace, Zeth needs to find a way to interrupt this run before it gets out of hand. And we're back to a level playing field at 8-8. The rank 24 player is firmly in control right now. Omnic is really capitalizing on the heights, cleaning that up from the ramp to take control. Nail-biting stuff. They're deadlocked once more at 9-9. He's clearly in fine form after putting up a clean 13-5 earlier. Omnic is making it very difficult for Zeth to put this game away, shutting him down from that ramp. He's starting to look like that favorite heading into this server. Omnic is really putting the pressure on here, threatening to pull away as we enter the closing stages. He puts his opponent in a desperate spot and closes out the round from the ramp, moving to 12. Zeth is looking completely lost in this exchange right now. A gutsy response from Zeth, outdoling his opponent from the ramp to keep the dream alive. That keeps him firmly in the fight. What a finish! Omnic closes the series out with a perfect final shot. That's a huge result for him, finally getting the better of the higher seed in such a grind. He really fought for every inch of that map. What a battle! Lancer has a tough mountain to climb after going 0-8 in the last day. It's concerning because he's coming into this matchup already shaken from a series of losses. We'll see if he can shake off that rust and find some stability. Omnic just keeps the pace, extending his lead to 3-0 after that trade. The head-to-head history is nearly a deadlock. Lancer claws his way back in a chaotic brawl, barely surviving that exchange. He's really fighting for his life in these exchanges. Omnic dominates the pace, pushing ahead 4-1. Expectations were leaning toward the other side for this one. Omnic just can't be stopped, extending his grip to 5-1. He's mirroring the result from their previous meeting. Simply too fast. He's taking complete control of this match now. Lancer manages to put one in the book and keep things interesting. He's normally the expected favorite in these types of matchups. Lancer has the statistical advantage on this map with a 48% win rate. So yeah, seeing him string together these last couple of rounds suggests he's finally finding a way to leverage that familiarity. He just needs to keep this momentum going to bridge the gap. Omnic still holds a commanding 7-4 lead here. Really clean fight there, keeping it tight. Omnic goes into the break with a strong 8-4 lead. And honestly, it's a shocking start for Lancer. He was expected to run away with this, but he's just not responding to the pressure right now. Time to see if the momentum shifts. Omnic is just ruthless, pulling further away at 9-4. He's looking incredibly sharp after taking that last meeting on Italy. Lancer puts up a fight, now trailing 9-5. Looking at the rankings, these two are practically identical in skill. Lancer is putting on a clinic right now, taking a huge chunk out of that lead. He's showing a lot of grit to keep this within reach. He is absolutely on fire right now, making it 3 straight. Lancer is quickly erasing that early deficit. Lancer is simply unstoppable right now, securing his 4th straight for a nearly complete reversal of fortune. Omnic answers back instantly, putting a stop to that momentum shift. That was an absolute slugfest, but he manages to secure the win and keep the pressure on. Both of these guys are refusing to let the other break away. Omnic is putting on a real clinic in speed lately, ending these rounds in practically no time. Lancer is refusing to go quietly, securing another win to close the gap even further. A lightning fast react, and now Omnic is just one more round away from victory. Lancer shows some incredible heart here, shutting that down completely to keep his hopes alive. Total desperation mode now, but he's managed to keep the game alive. Unbelievable. Lancer forces a deadlock, tying things up and pushing this whole affair into overtime. Lancer really had the wind in his sails after that climb, but he just can't hold on to it. Both of these players have stayed remarkably consistent with their overall match records. The pressure is really mounting for Lancer now, as he's letting these rounds slip away way too quickly. He's showing unbelievable resolve, refusing to let this match slip away during overtime. He simply refused to break, shutting the door and leveling this fight at 14 apiece. Complete parity between these two now. What a statement! Lancer takes another, putting himself just one win away from the victory. Omnic responds with a perfect strike, pulling a dead heat back into the mix. The parity here is staggering to see. Omnic edges ahead again, clutching a narrow 16-15 lead. Pure chaos now as Lancer forces a 16-16 stalemate. Omnic barely closed back the lead to hit 17-16. He's certainly keeping his recent form high with that 70% win rate lately. Omnic pushes the advantage, now leading 18-16. Lancer's rank is usually higher, but the momentum isn't favoring him. Omnic is pulling away now, stepping up to 19-16. Lancer put in a monumental effort to push this into overtime, but he just couldn't seal the deal. What a fight! Zeth really holds a commanding 200-136 lead in their overall history together. It's interesting because Lancer is technically the favorite coming into this one. Let's see if that long-term dominance continues here. Zeth has snatched a slim lead with a 2-1 advantage. He's really struggling to shake off that cold stretch today. Lancer has really turned the tide here, taking control after a tough start to the set. Zeth holds a precarious 3-2 grip on the series. Zeth certainly looks the better of the two right now. Lancer fights back to make it a dead heat. He's fighting through a really brutal cold spell today. Lancer is really putting the pressure on here, moving just a step closer to the half. What a scramble! Zeth claws back from the box to level the score. Lancer edges ahead, currently leading the tally 5-4. A huge shift in form compared to his last 10 games. Emotion mid Lancer has a win rate of 46% on this map, and considering how poorly he's played in his other recent outings, this performance is a massive turnaround. I'm curious to see if he can actually maintain this momentum into the half emotion mid. Lancer goes into the break with an 8-4 lead, and honestly he's playing exactly like the favorite we expected to see. He really capitalized on that 4-round run to put distance between himself and Zeth. Zeth needs a Lancer is firmly in the driver's seat at 9-4. Lancer is completely shaking off that early struggle today. Zeth is falling behind, now trailing 5-9. He's managed a decent 21-13 run over the last day. Lancer is really putting a chokehold on this match, making it nearly impossible for Zeth to find any footing. Unbelievable. Lancer barely scrapes by after picking him off the Tetris, surviving with just a sliver of health. That was an absolute nail-biter of an exchange. Zeth manages to secure the high ground on that Tetris block to keep himself in the game. Lancer quickly clears him off the box, and now he's just one round away from the victory. He's really playing up to the expectations we had before the game. And that's it, Lancer shuts the door on the match with a clean finish. Emotion high. Zeth just can't find an answer for him today, and that's a massive weight off his shoulders after such a rough run. Lately emotion high. Omnic is currently riding a 3-game winning streak. It's a huge contrast to Zeth, who has struggled a bit in his most recent outings. We'll see if that momentum continues into the early rounds. Omnic is making quick work of these early rounds, including that shot to take Zeth right out of the window. Zeth barely keeps pace, trailing by just 1 round. Zeth is fighting to get back to that head-to-head lead. And Zeth claws back to make it a deadlock. The head-to-head record historically favors Zeth in this pairing. He just completely flipped the script, trading shots on the ramp to claim a 3rd straight victory. He really stepped up after that tough loss against Lancer. Zeth continues his tear, taking control of the map from the toolbox for a 4th straight win. It's a complete reversal from their last meeting on Redline. He's simply untouchable right now, holding that ramp to push his streak to 5. Despite that early edge, the favorite is struggling to stay relevant. Omnic secures another quick win from the ramp, refusing to let the game slip away. His confidence is returning after that rough 13-11 loss to Kale. He's putting up a real fight, dropping Zeth right off the window for another round win. That's a sharp response to shut down the momentum. Absolutely incredible, he clears Zeth off the ramp to bring the score back to a dead heat. Zeth handles the exchange effortlessly, taking a slight lead right before the side switch. Zeth takes a narrow 7-5 lead. Well, this is playing out exactly as expected for a neutral matchup. He managed to push his advantage after that early 5-round run to hold the lead going into the second half. Time for a quick reset. Zeth is really taking over here, making quick work of Omnic even with that window vantage. The higher rated player in this match is certainly making his mark. Zeth has converted a really strong 21-14 record over the last day into pure dominance, and honestly, it looks like he is completely ignoring the fact that he was the underdog coming into this. It's becoming a struggle for Omnic to find any answer to this pressure. What a scrap! He barely survives that exchange, walking away with a narrow win after both players poured everything into that trade. Zeth is just too quick from that ramp, completely shutting down Omnic's attempts to climb back. The slight underdog is simply too polished right now. Omnic secures that victory from the window, proving he can still trade blows with Zeth when it counts. He's definitely not lacking in confidence today. Zeth secures another one from the toolbox, and now he's just a single round away from victory. He picks Zeth right off the toolbox to keep this duel alive. The pre-match favorite is finally digging in his heels. He pushes back again, taking Zeth down from the ramp to keep the dream alive. He's proving why he entered this match with the edge. Game over. He seals the victory with a perfect finish to close it all out. Just a brutal way to end it. Zeth really found another gear here to secure the win and shake off those recent losses. Omnic holds a slight advantage in their head-to-head history. It's clear he's feeling the pressure after that close defeat in his previous match. Now Lancer has a chance to build on that momentum. Lancer survives a brutal trade of fire to extend his lead to 3 rounds. Lancer is really turning things around after a tough few games. He survived a heavy exchange of fire to finally get a round on the board. A good response from the favorite to keep this closer. A completely untouched Omnic secures another round as he continues this climb. He's playing exactly like the favorite today. What a response! He levels the score and completely flips the script on this series. He's starting to play like the superior seed. He's completely taken over now, securing another effortless point to lead the series. Just an absolute wall of momentum now as he extends his run to 5 straight. What a scramble! He clings to life with a sliver of health to keep this run alive. Lancer is having a really tough time recovering his early lead. Lancer remains stubborn, refusing to let the game slide away with another crisp finish. It keeps this series looking like a real toss-up. He's staying aggressive and strong as we approach the break. That was a lightning-fast finish to put a firm grip on the lead. Omnic goes into the break with an 8-4 lead, and honestly he is completely defying the expectations tonight. Lancer has the experience edge on Orange, but he's just not keeping pace with the underdog speed. Lancer needs a real spark here. Lancer has a total of 1-9 in the last 24 hours. You know he's been struggling significantly today. It makes this early comeback effort even more impressive given his current slump. He'll need to maintain this focus if he wants to climb back into the driver's seat. Omnic pulls further ahead, now sitting comfortably at 9. Lancer has more experience in these types of wars. Unreal, he barely survives that chaotic brawl to move into a commanding 10-6 lead. That was a high-stakes exchange that nearly went the other way. He just shuts the door on that rally, completely outclassing his opponent for another point. Lancer is refusing to go quietly, showing he still has plenty of fight left in him. Their head-to-head history has always been a razor-thin margin. He's just completely unstoppable now, staring down victory after that flawless shot. It is starting to look like a total rout. Game over, Omnic shuts it down with a gorgeous shot to seal the victory. He just completely erased those map history doubts with a dominant performance. That's another huge result for Omnic today. Zeth makes the first move, utilizing that height advantage on the boxes to secure an early lead. Lancer had no trouble with that one, quickly picking Zeth off the Tetris to even things up. The overall head-to-head historics definitely lean in favor of Zeth. Zeth has a 22-12 record over the last day. It's a massive contrast compared to Lancer's struggles today. Lancer needs to quickly find a way to reverse that trend if he wants to climb back into this. Zeth is firmly in control with a commanding 3-1 lead. It's a rough start for the 3-match favorite. Zeth is simply untouchable right now, walking away from this exchange without taking a single point of damage. What a fight! He almost goes down, but manages to scrape through with a tiny sliver of health. A surprising turn of events for the projected favorite here. Lancer manages to hold the ramp and secure this one, keeping the score at 5-2. He's fighting for momentum after a really tough run today. He is showing a lot of grit, putting together a second straight win to close the gap. That's a completely different pace from the last exchange. Zeth is leading the overall head-to-head with 200 wins. It's interesting because Lancer has been the one favored to win this particular matchup. We'll see if he can finally shake that pressure and close this gap. Lancer is refusing to go away, putting a clean stop to that momentum as he keeps his hopes alive. That's a much cleaner look for him this time around. Lancer quickly clears the ramp, keeping the pressure high heading into the break. Things are heating up just in time for the mid-game switch. Zeth takes a 7-5 lead into the break. I mean, the underdog is definitely proving he can hang with Lancer today. Lancer is trailing for now, but he is fighting hard to keep the gap small. Fresh start, new side. Lancer is showing incredible resolve, stepping up to narrow the gap once more. That was a sharp exchange to get things closer. Unbelievable. Zeth barely scrapes through that absolute war on the ramp to take the lead. He is really showing a lot of nerves of steel today. Lancer stays aggressive and knocks him right off the ramp to keep this comeback going. A really sudden turn of events back into his hands. Absolute deadlock right now. Zeth pulls ahead again, barely maintaining a 1-point edge. That was a lightning-fast exchange for the lead. Zeth pushes back out to a 2-round lead. Lancer has certainly had his fair share of struggles this afternoon. Zeth has completely shifted the tides, taking 3 straight to push the lead to 11-8. He's definitely looking for some revenge after that earlier defeat on Blame Map. Pure efficiency from Zeth, who's now just a single step away from victory. It's a stark shift from how things looked before the match. What a finish! Zeth shuts the door on this series to take the victory. Lancer put up a great fight early on, but that late streak of 5 just ended him. Zeth looks back in his element now. Zeth has been the more consistent player today with a 23-12 record over the last 24 hours. That strong form is carrying over into this meeting since he also took their most recent head-to-head. It'll be interesting to see if he can build a real lead early. Omnic pulls ahead by 1 as we head back. He's taking a lot of confidence into this set after that 13-7 result against Lancer. Zeth played that perfectly, holding the high ground on the ramp to secure the round. A tight battle so far for the two higher rated players here. Omnic is just a hair ahead at 3-2. The lower rated man is definitely punching up in this one. Omnic's now firmly in control with a 4-2 cushion. Zeth uses that height advantage on the ramp to keep things extremely tight. Zeth definitely seems a bit more comfortable on this surface. Unbelievable. Zeth survives with a sliver of health after a frantic duel from the ramp to even the score. Omnic edges back into the lead, 5-4. Still trying to find a footing against the more experienced Zeth. What a fight! Omnic claws out a victory there, narrowly surviving the chaos to go 2 straight. He is certainly fighting the historical trend of their rivalry today. Zeth manages to hold his own from the red, and now we're looking at a dead heat. Zeth clearly feels more at home on this particular layout. We've got a deadlock at 6-all. I mean, the slight betting edge Omnic had hasn't really materialized into a lead. Both players are playing precisely to their levels right now. Zeth is really starting to climb the hill here, putting a lot of pressure on Omnic with those back-to-back wins. That higher placement on the ladder is starting to show. Zeth is really finding his stride with a strong 23-12 record over the last day. This momentum seems to be flowing directly into this set. You know, it's exactly why he's managed to pull ahead here despite the pre-match expectation. A swift response from Omnic to keep the pressure on and cut the lead down to 2. That was incredibly crisp from the challenger. Zeth manages to hold the red and just keeps this lead firmly in his grasp. Tough spot for the underdog to climb out of right now. Omnic completely denies Zeth from the ramp, showing a lot of grit to keep this fight alive. The underdog really looks like he belongs in this series. That was lightning fast. Zeth is really putting on a clinic with his reaction time right now. Zeth takes total control from the ramp, leaving him just a single round away from victory. The pressure is clearly mounting on the favorite. Absolutely wild. Zeth survives by a hair to close out the series. Omnic put up a massive fight to keep this close, but he just couldn't find that final gear today. What a match. Lancer has historically struggled on this map with a 48% win rate. It's a far better track record than what we've seen from Omnic in the past. It'll be interesting to see if that long-term advantage holds through the half. He's just taking over right now, completely shut down the opposition in a flash. He is simply untouchable right now, extending the gap to 4 rounds. A stark contrast to their last meeting on Orange. Omnic responds quickly here, putting a stop to that run. His overall head-to-head lead over the opponent gives him some extra confidence. He's making a real push now, showing a lot of grit to close the gap. That favorable pre-match outlook is starting to feel justified. Unreal! Lancer manages to claw out a victory from the wine, barely surviving that exchange. An absolutely nail-biting finish to that one. Omnic has actually managed a 51% win rate in their all-time matchups. He's certainly not the one we'd expect to be trailing by 4 rounds right now. It'll be a mental battle to see if he can dig out of this hole. A massive scramble this time, but Omnic manages to walk away with the round. Lancer still maintains a comfortable 3-round cushion. Lancer has been struggling quite a bit in his most recent matches. Lancer holds a solid 8-4 lead heading into the break. I mean, he's playing exactly like the favorite we expected today. He has looked very steady since the start. Time to see if Omnic resets. Lancer is firmly in control, leading 9-4. That was an incredibly fast exchange. Surprisingly steady given his recent slump in the league. Omnic claws back 1, narrowing the gap to 5-9. He's certainly fighting against that recent poor form. Omnic is putting together a real run here, making a much stronger push as we enter the late stages. What a frantic exchange! He manages to scrape through a brutal trade to hold a 10-round lead. He just barely survived that one. Lancer is looking incredibly sharp, really capitalizing on his current momentum as he pushes for the finish. Omnic is starting to close the gap and it's happening fast. His recent run of form has been brutal, but he's hanging in there. Lancer shuts this down instantly, putting himself just a single round away from victory. And that's it, a total shutdown to close out the series in spectacular fashion. He's really putting that poor recent form behind him with this performance. Omnic tried his best, but he just couldn't find the answers today. Zeth has a strong historical lead with 201 wins over Lancer. You can tell he's capitalizing on that mental edge right now. He's essentially dominated their recent clashes, so we'll see if Lancer can find a way to turn the tide. Lancer is really putting the pressure on now, effortlessly picking Zeth right off the ramp. Unbelievable speed. Lancer just completely shut him down for another one. Lancer is just untouchable right now, putting Zeth completely on his heels. He's really making the most of this server side right now. Zeth finds his footing by picking Lancer right off the ramp, keeping the fight alive. A solid reminder that Lancer isn't as bulletproof as he looked early on. Lancer is coming off a tough few hours, with a 2-11 record over the last day. It's surprising to see him this aggressive given that recent struggle. He's clearly flipped the switch and looks completely unfazed by the pressure right now. Lancer is firmly in control at 6-3. Expected from the favorite to stay composed like this. Lancer is just outclassing him right now, shutting him down again while he's holding the ramp. This is certainly the performance we expected from the favorite. Lancer is still cruising along with a 7-4 lead. He's certainly putting that recent form to use. Lancer holds an 8-4 lead going into the break, and honestly, everything is going exactly as predicted. He's holding his ground well, despite Zeth's recent string of victories. Let's see if Zeth can respond. Lancer's just not letting up, pushing ahead to 8-5. Zeth's recent run of form is really starting to show. Lancer's cruising along now, leading 9-5. Lancer really looks locked in despite the lower rating here. Lancer's really playing the distance well, just erasing Zeth again while holding that high ground. Lancer just shuts the door on that brief comeback, moving to a commanding lead. Lancer just puts a huge grip on this match, moving himself to within 1 round of victory. Zeth can't seem to find a way to stop this run. Zeth manages to fight back with a fast shot, denying the immediate victory. That was a sharp reaction to get back on the board. Another precise burst from that ramp. Zeth manages to delay the inevitable for just a bit longer. Zeth is really fighting to bridge that gap in the rankings. Zeth is absolutely on fire right now, taking another one in a blink. What a finish! Lancer closes it out and secures the victory. He really needed a result like that after a brutal day of matches. That's a huge confidence booster for the road ahead. Zef claims the early lead with a quick pop of the box. Zef has clearly come into this with a psychological edge, since he's already taken the last head-to-head match they played. He's looking very comfortable right now. We just need to see if Omni can find a way to reset his momentum. Omnic is really struggling, trailing 1-3 now. He's definitely justifying that higher ladder stand-in. These two are practically glued together on the scoreboard right now. Zed just can't shake him. That's exactly why he was tipped as the favorite for this one. Zeth is firmly in control with a 4-2 cushion. It's a tough look for the guy we expected to win today. What a scrap. He barely hangs on after that absolute war of attrition. A tight battle between two players, almost identical in skill. Omnic fights back hard to bring us dead even. Zed definitely looks more comfortable with his 23-12 run today. Zed just barely edges ahead with a 5-4 lead. The higher seeded player is showing exactly why he holds that rank. The speed of these engagements is wild. Neither of them is giving an inch of ground tonight. Everything is suddenly up in the air for these two. Omnic has finally grabbed the lead at 6-5. We go into the break all tied up at 6-6. I mean, this is exactly what you'd expect from two players who are so close in rank. It's been a total deadlock so far. Time to see who blinks first. Omnic reads the positioning perfectly and takes him right off that high ground. The momentum is definitely shifting in favor of the underdog. Omnic has a total win rate of 38% over a massive sample size. Well, he usually struggles to find consistency over the long haul, but he's clearly playing above his average today. This is exactly the kind of surge he needs to close this out. Zed shuts him down from the box, showing some real grit to keep the score close. The gap in their ladder standings is nearly invisible at this stage. He's really showing a lot of heart, putting on a clinic from the Tetris to keep the pressure high. Omnic takes a commanding 2-round cushion now. Omnic has completely flipped the script on this one, and he looks incredibly strong right now. Another clean takedown from the box as Omnic moves within striking distance of the victory. Zef puts up a fight and answers back immediately to stay in this contest. He's refusing to let this slide without a fight. Zed is just not going away, finding a way to secure the win from the box. He's really tightening up his game in these final moments. Unbelievable resilience. He's just clawed his way back into this game with another victory. The pressure is really mounting for the leader now. What a finish to the regulation half. Zeth completes his climb to bring us straight into overtime. A completely new set of pressure for both of these guys now. He's absolutely on fire. Zeth wipes the floor with him and takes the series. He just completely broke his opponent's spirit in these closing moments. He's completely taken over, securing another effortless win for a 6-round streak. He keeps sliding forward, closing in on the win with another 7-round surge. Just an absolute wall of momentum right now. What a fight! Omnic digs deep to survive that exchange with almost nothing left in the tank. A gutsy play to keep his hopes alive. He's refusing to crumble, pulling another huge round to keep the pressure mounting. This is becoming a total toss-up. What a slog! He survives that chaotic war of attrition to keep the streak alive. Zeth looks completely rattled after that sequence. Zeth keeps the slim advantage, leading 16 to 15. Zeth pulls ahead again, pushing the tally to 17-15. The pressure is clearly getting to the original favorite. Omnic narrows the gap to 17-16 after that clutch play. Total deadlock again. They're tied up at 17 apiece. His early struggles are a distant memory now. Zeth just barely holds on with an 18-17 lead. The seed with a higher ceiling is finally getting his grip back. Omnic forces a complete restart at 18-all. He is certainly proving he can hang with anyone in the top 100. Omnic surges ahead, gripping a narrow 19-18 advantage. Omnic is pulling away now with a 2-round lead. He's playing with a huge amount of confidence now. Omnic is just one step ahead at 2019. He's playing for his life now to keep this from slipping. Omnic is really heating up to lead 21-19. He's making a strong case for that higher rank. Omnic continues to stretch his lead out to 22-19. He just couldn't believe his luck after such a dominant run in the middle of the set. Zeth really let it slide there. What a fight. Omnic holds a narrow lead in their head-to-head record with 156 total wins. It's a long history between these two, and Lancer has actually won the vast majority of their most recent encounters. We'll see if Omnic can turn that trend around today. He's simply too fast right now, continuing his perfect start to the match. A huge shift from what we saw in their Italy clash. He manages to hold the line and secure a clean win from the ramp. Lancer is fighting to prove the pre-match odds wrong. Another effortless exchange for Lancer, who is starting to claw back into this series. He is really making a case for himself as the underdog today. Omnic had the high ground there, using that ramp to put a stop to Lancer's momentum. He looked sharp after that close battle against Zeph earlier. Absolute chaos in the open, and Lancer barely clings to life to survive that encounter. He's really playing with fire, walking away from that one by a hair. Lancer usually comes in as the favorite in these matchups, but he's had a really rough day so far with a 3-11 record over the last 24 hours. Well, he is clearly fighting an uphill battle with his confidence right now. It will be interesting to see if he can shake off that slump. He just won't let up, extending the lead to 7-3 with another clean finish. It's certainly a glimpse at his better form since that Blaine Dunes victory. He's simply on another level right now, taking a huge grip on the match before they head to the break. Omnic takes a huge 9-3 lead into the break. He is absolutely shredding the scripts right now. We expected Lancer to run away with this, but Omnic is completely in control of the map. Time for Lancer to wake up. Omnic just shut things down for Lancer on the ramp, really putting a grip on the lead. He's really shaking off that struggle with Zeph from earlier. Omnic is just cruising now, leading by 6. He's definitely looking to repeat that recent dominant victory in Italy. Lancer is just completely outmatched here. He can't seem to find an answer for Omnic's pace today. He's just one round away from ending this completely. He's proving why he entered this set as the frontrunner. Lancer manages to hold his ground in that ramp battle, finally keeping the match alive. A much needed breather for a man staring down a huge deficit. Lancer refuses to go quietly, picking up his second straight win to keep the hope alive. The tide is finally turning for the underdog. What a finish! Omnic seals the deal right here to close out the match. Lancer just couldn't find his footing on a map he usually owns. Omnic was simply too efficient today. Welcome to the Berserk League. We have Zeth and Lancer facing off on mappers today, with Lancer entering as the slight favorite. Lancer comes out strong here, catching Zeth while he was perched up on the ramp. Expectations are lining up for the higher seeded side early on. What a scramble! He barely holds on to the lead, scraping by with just a sliver of health. Surprisingly efficient start given his rough 3-12 run today. Zeth secures the win from the ramp, making this a very tight fight early on. Zeth clearly feels comfortable in this head-to-head matchup. We're locked in a dead heat at 2 apiece. Zeth clearly has the historical upper hand in their rivalry. A brutal back and forth, but Zeth comes out on top to take total control of the map. Zeth is proving why he owns the long-term history between these two. Lancer answers right back, evening the score. Neither one is yielding any ground in this clash. Unreal, that was a complete war of attrition, and Lancer manages to survive the chaos. Slightly higher rated, but Zeth is struggling to hold the lead. Lancer just completely dismantled him from the boxes to push his lead to 5. The lower rated player is completely in control of the server. He is absolutely on fire right now, extending his lead to 6. A rough stretch for the higher ranked side. Zeth is showing some serious grit, shutting things down quickly from the ramp. Zeth is definitely playing for a huge upset here. Another effortless round for the comeback effort, and Zeth is starting to close the gap. Lancer needs to find an answer fast before this slips. We are all squared up at 6 all. I mean, Zeth is fighting back hard despite the odds. Both players traded heavy momentum swings in a very tense start to this set. New side, new start. Lancer regains a slim advantage, leading 7-6. That's exactly the result you'd expect from the favorite. Zeth takes it from the raid, bringing the series back to a deadlock. Lancer's edge is completely gone at this point. Absolute insanity. He clutched out that trade with barely a single digit of health left to take the lead. Simply refusing to go down without a fight. Back to a tie. Zeth and Lancer are neck and neck. He's showing a lot of resilience despite a tough run today. He barely walks away from that absolute war, clinging to a tiny fragment of health to pull ahead. He's playing a dangerous game by leaving himself that little room for error. Lancer was way too fast on the draw, shutting down Zeth as soon as he stepped up onto that ramp. Lancer is putting on a clinic right now, picking up another quick win and extending his current run. It's a bit of a struggle for the higher rated side right now. A cautious exchange ends with Zeth coming out on top to bring the score level. Both of these guys are showing an incredible amount of heart. He's simply not stopping, securing another point to move into a 1-round lead. Everything is shifting in his direction right now. He is absolutely cruising now, and that victory puts him on the verge of a massive comeback win. Absolutely incredible! Zeth survives a total shootout and secures the map with a legendary turnaround. He really dug deep for that one, especially since things looked so bleak a few rounds back. Lancer gave him everything he had, but he just wouldn't break. What a match! Zeth currently holds a slight edge in their head-to-head history. I mean, they've faced off over 800 times, and the odds are leaning in his direction. It'll be interesting to see if Zeth can maintain that pressure after falling to Omnic in their most recent encounter. Zeth is really starting to pull away with a 2-1 lead. He's definitely playing like the higher seed here. Omnic really needs to find a way to disrupt this momentum before Zeth builds a huge lead. Zeth is just relentless, pushing his lead to 3-2. Omnic proves he's capable of taking the map today. Zeth is simply dominating, extending his lead to 4-2. He's really making the most of that higher seed position. These two are trading rounds back and forth, making this one of the closest fights we've seen in a while. Just as we expected from the favorite today. And just like that, Omnic forces a dead hit at 4-4. Surprisingly, the underdog is the one putting on the clinic right now. Zeth claims the lead again, moving ahead 5-4. And the favorite is currently fighting from behind. We've got ourselves a real stalemate here. Both of these guys are refusing to budge. Zeth edges ahead again, now sitting on a 6-5 lead. Zeth is putting up a decent number of wins today with a 22-13 run. We head into the break, all tied up at 6-6. Honestly, this is exactly what we wanted to see from a match that was so toss-up going in. Neither man is giving an inch. Let's see who blinks first. Zeth recovers the lead and sits comfortably at 7-6. Omnic is fighting hard despite being the higher ranked player today. Zeth has a positive 22-13 record over the last day. It's clear he's carrying that momentum into this series. If he can maintain this pace and secure a few more rounds, it'll be very difficult for Omnic to climb back into the game. Zeth has a 2-round cushion now, leading 9-7. His recent 13-10 win over Lancer shows he's in a great spot. Zeth is starting to put a real stranglehold on this match. The higher seeded player is definitely feeling the heat now. He's completely shut the door on any hopes of a comeback, securing another clean victory. It's a tough spot to be in for the man who started as the favorite. Zeth is simply unstoppable right now, picking him off the ramp to put himself 1 round away from victory. The momentum has shifted entirely in this series. Omnic digs deep to scramble back into the series, narrowly surviving that exchange. That quick scramble really keeps the pressure on for the next one. Absolute perfection on the final shot, Zeth closes this out to secure the series. He just wouldn't let it slide tonight. Zeth takes the revenge after that tough loss on Dunes. Omnic leads the head-to-head battle with a total of 157 wins over his opponent. But that's a tight margin considering how many times these two have faced off. Now we just have to see if he can keep that narrow advantage in his favor today. Omnic's firmly in control with a 2-1 lead. The underdog really seems to be fighting back today. Lancer is starting to look like the favorite here, completely erasing that early deficit. That was a super quick exchange to even things up. Omnic holds a slim 3-2 grip on this series. Lancer really needs to shake off that tough start to the day. What a scrap! Lancer barely walks away from that exchange with his life to lock in the 3-3 tie. Lancer is really fighting to flip that script from their previous meeting. Lancer has now surged ahead, leading 4-3. That was a lightning fast exchange to secure the lead. And just like that, Omnic brings us back to a deadlock at 4-4. Lancer is really feeling the pressure after a rough 3-13 day. Lancer is really starting to pull away with that one, putting some serious distance between him and his opponent. Lancer has a clear historical edge here with a 47% win rate. And you can see that confidence paying off as he really starts to dictate the pace of this series. He just needs to close the door on Omnic now. Lancer heads into the break with a 7-5 lead. I mean, everything is unfolding exactly as predicted. Lancer is playing like the superior player today and seems comfortable with this small gap. Time to switch things up. Lancer keeps his nose ahead at 7-6. His recent form has been much more stable than his opponent's lately. Absolute stalemate now, with Omnic tying it up at 7. He's really capitalizing on that recent momentum from the last outing. He's simply not letting up, claiming another round to firmly regain the lead. He's really capitalizing on everything he's learned from those recent matchups. What a fight! Omnic barely scraps through that exchange to keep his momentum rolling. Lancer is really feeling the heat today after that rough 3-13 stretch. Lancer answers back with a clean trade, narrowing the gap to just 1 round. Both of these guys have had some really tough luck with Zeth today. Omnic is pulling away again with a 10-8 lead. Omnic looks surprisingly sharp compared to how he struggled against Zeth. Omnic has all the momentum now, and the 3-round gap is starting to feel like a mountain to climb for Lancer. Unreal. That was a complete slugfest, and he somehow barely survives that with just 4 health. He's really showing some nerves of steel in these tight spots. He refuses to go down. Lancer barely survives an absolute war of attrition to close the gap further. Omnic is just 1 step away from victory now. The favorite is finally stepping up when the stakes are highest. Boom! He shuts the door with a perfect final spray to secure the victory. Lancer really played the heart out of his chest, pulling through those close calls time and time again, but he just couldn't seal the deal. He had to work for that. Zeth enters this one with a strong 202, 138 head-to-head advantage over his opponent. It's a surprising lead to see, given that Lancer is generally viewed as the favorite here. We'll see if Zeth can turn that historical edge into a lead on the board. That's 3 in a row for Lancer, and he's clearly the one in control right now. Lancer is fighting hard to shake off those 3 recent losses. He catches Zeth from the wine, continuing this absolute onslaught. Zeth is struggling to maintain that form from his recent victory over Omni. He's completely shifted the energy of this match, moving to a commanding 5-0 lead. Lancer just won't let up, taking another round to reach a 6-round sweep. The higher rated player here is really feeling the pressure. Finally, Zeth puts an end to that run and secures his first victory of the set. Lancer is definitely feeling the weight of those recent losses today. Zeth is coming into this stretch with a strong 21-13 record over the last day. It's a stark contrast to Lancer, who has struggled recently. We'll see if this surge is enough to fully close that gap. Lancer is nearly home with a dominant 8-2 lead. The higher seed is really feeling the heat right now. Zeth is starting to put up a fight, though he still has a significant mountain to climb. Lancer takes a huge 9-3 lead into the break, and honestly, this is exactly what we expected from the favorite. He simply outplayed Zeth in the first half of this set. Time for Zeth to wake up. Zeth needs a miracle now, trailing 4-9. Interestingly, Zeth actually holds the higher rank of the two. Zeth claws back one more to make it 5-9. Lancer has been better considering his recent slump in results. He's totally taken over the pace here, securing another flawless victory to stay hot. Things are looking dismal for the favorite right now. Unbelievable. He's just completely shut the door on the opposition with a 4th straight round. The momentum shift is mirroring his dominant form against Kalen earlier today. Lancer keeps his composure and walks away with another easy point. A huge contrast to the struggle he had during those recent losses. He answers back, proving he's still very much in this fight. He's showing a lot more resilience than in those early rounds. What a fight! He barely scraps through that one, emerging from the carnage with a sliver of health. Lancer really walked the tightrope there to pull that off. Absolute carnage in that trade, and he somehow claws his way out of the wreckage to secure match point. The sheer luck he's having with these low health escapes is wild. Lancer seals the deal with a perfect final strike to close out the series. He really stepped up when it mattered most, completely ignoring that terrible form he's been sporting all day. Omnic draws first blood by catching Zeph right as he stepped onto the ramp. Omnic really has his target in sight, but we have to remember that Zeph holds the overall lead in their head-to-head history. It's a fascinating dynamic given how fast those first 2 rounds disappeared. He'll need to start converting that historical edge into actual round wins here. Omnic looks comfortable holding that ramp, and he's really starting to put some distance between himself and Zeph. Omnic's looking strong with a narrow 3-2 lead. Zeth's slightly higher position on the ladder is starting to show. And just like that, Zeth levels it up at 3-0. A clean reset to 0 for both players. The momentum has completely shifted, and Zeth is now firmly in control. The higher seed is really asserting himself here. A lightning fast reaction here to bring the score back to a deadlock. Zeth had no trouble clearing him out of that ramp position to move ahead again. Both players have put in some serious work over the last 24 hours. We've hit a total stalemate with Omnic and Zeth tied at 5. A tough spot for the higher seeded player to be in. Zeth just won the battle for the high ground and is looking a bit more comfortable now. He's really making the most of his slight ranking advantage. Zeth goes into the break leading 7-5. I mean, the slight favoritism for Omnic hasn't played out so far. Zeth is putting the pressure on just as he did in their recent encounter. Time for the side swap. Zeth is putting on a real clinic right now, and he just squeezed every bit of advantage out of that ramp. He really knows how to close out a series against the 27th rank. Zeth just held that window perfectly, and he's really starting to put a grip on this map. Omnic reads him perfectly and clears him right off the planks to keep this fight alive. Coming off that tough loss to Lancer, he looks much sharper now. Zeth manages to hold that ramp position with a quick response, keeping the pressure high. It's starting to look a lot like their previous encounter. Omnic is really trying to flip the script on a head-to-head record that has historically favored Zeth. It's clear he's finding his second wind after that previous loss. If he can keep this momentum going, the gap in the standings won't matter. Zeth is just a few steps away from wrapping this up, and he's looking very comfortable right now. The higher seed is really capitalizing on this run. Zeth shuts things down from the window, putting himself on the verge of victory. The higher seed is showing exactly why he's favored in this pair. He's not going to let this slip away without a fight. He's putting up a massive stand now, refusing to let the door close on this series. He's showing the poise expected of the slight favorite here. Unbelievable. He just pushed right through that window to keep this comeback alive. He is simply refusing to go down quietly. Boom! Zeth claims the final round with a perfect shot from the toolbox to secure the win. Omnic really pushed him to the limit this time, but he just couldn't find those final few shots to close it out. What a fight! Omnic actually holds a slight lead in their head-to-head history. You know, he's been able to outpace Lancer over their last few hundred meetings. It will be interesting to see if that historical advantage carries over today. Lancer is absolutely dominating with a quick 2-0 start. The lower ranked player is making a loud statement early on. He is simply too fast right now, keeping his side of the board completely clean. Coming in with a rough 4 and 14 run today. Lancer is just putting on a show, strolling to a 4-0 lead. Hard to believe the odds had this match leaning the other way. Simply untouchable right now as he moves to a 5-round streak. It's a complete reversal from the 13-10 win we saw earlier. Omnic catches him from the box to secure a quick point. Lancer's recent form has been shaky with that 4-14 stretch today. Lancer secures that high ground with a clean win to keep things rolling. Despite the current gap, Lancer is comfortably inside the top 30. Lancer has looked surprisingly strong despite entering this game with a 4-14 record today. He's really managed to shake off that early slump. We just have to see if Omnic can find a way to get back into the series. Lancer just holds his ground and cleans up from the box to keep his lead firmly in hand. Lancer is coasting now, sitting pretty at 8-3. That was a blistering quick exchange to pull back a point. Lancer takes an 8-4 lead into the break. I mean, everything is going exactly as the books predicted. He simply outplayed his opponent for most of this opening stretch. Time to swap sides. That's a very composed response to close out the sequence. Lancer pushes the lead to 9-5 right now. The underdog really seems to be finding his stride today. Omnic is stubbornly refusing to let this match slip away, putting up a real fight here. Lancer is certainly putting up a tougher fight than in their last head-to-head. Lancer secures that peak advantage to widen the gap. A real contrast to that 13-8 result he had against Zeth earlier. Lancer is really putting a lot of pressure on him now, just a couple of quick rounds away from closing this out. Lancer closes the gap and finds the winning shot, putting him just a single round away from victory. The pressure is really mounting on the favorite to keep this alive. A gritty exchange, but he manages to outlast his opponent to keep the dream alive. That was a super clean read to shut things down. And that is it. Lancer finishes the job with a perfect shot to seal the victory. He really just cruised through that set. Just an absolute powerhouse performance to get things sorted on the dunes. What a wild exchange. Lancer barely survives that firefight to take the first round. Wow, what an absolute scrap. Zeth barely clutches that out, surviving with a tiny sliver of health. Lancer has been the slight favorite in these meetings. Zeth really holds a massive advantage in their head-to-head history. It's interesting that despite the overall lead, he's coming into this after losing their most recent meeting. We'll see if he can actually leverage that long-term confidence now. He's just taken over the map right now with a completely one-sided display. Zeth's recent victory over Omnic didn't seem to carry over here. Unbelievable! He clutches out a brutal trade to extend the lead to 5. Squeezing that out with almost nothing left in the tank. Sharp reaction there, and he gets his first win back. He's definitely playing the role of the underdog right now. Another perfect delivery from Zeth, who is refusing to let Lancer pull away. Lancer is starting to look vulnerable against the pressure. Lancer is currently putting up a strong performance, especially considering he struggled quite a bit recently. He's really fighting back against his poor record over the last day. It'll be a huge mental test for him to hold his momentum. Lancer still in control with a free round cushion. Slightly better ranking on the ladder, but the pressure is definitely mounting. Lancer takes an 8-4 lead into the break. Honestly, it's exactly what we expected to see from the favorite today. He's been consistently cleaner in the fights throughout the first half. Let's see if Zeth wakes up. Lancer's just cruising now, commanding a 5-round gap. His recent 5-14 record makes this run look even more impressive. Lancer looks unstoppable, pushing his lead to a dominant 10. He's certainly playing like the A higher seed despite the rating gap. Zeth is fighting to stay in this, refusing to let the match slip away completely. Zeth is currently sitting a few spots higher in our rating. Lancer has a massive 10-6 lead as we move forward. He's definitely finding some confidence after that rough patch today. Lancer is just too sharp right now, effortlessly shutting down Zeth on that ramp. Lancer really seems to have Zeth's number today. Zeth is fighting back and refusing to let this match be a landslide. He's certainly trying to close that gap before the match ends. A completely effortless finish there, leaving the door wide open for the closing round. Everything the analysts predicted before the match is playing out. What a frantic finish! Lancer digs deep to secure the final kill and close out the series. That's another victory for him in this rivalry, and he's really starting to bridge the gap in their long-term history. Zeth holds a distinct historical advantage on this specific map with a 50% win rate. It is interesting that he is starting on the back foot despite those superior numbers. We will see if Zeth can recover his footing quickly. Omnic is just too fast, cleaning up the round without taking a single point of damage. The favorites are certainly making a strong statement early. He's just too fast right now, completely taking over this opening set. He's clearly shaken by that close loss to Zeth on fast aim. Unreal! He barely survives that exchange to keep his perfect streak alive. Tough look for the higher rated player in this series. That was a desperate scramble for survival, but he manages to secure another win. He's really making a statement after those losses earlier today. Zeth gets a fast read and manages to pick him off the ramp. Zeth is certainly the more consistent performer of the two recently. Zeth holds a comfortable lead in their total head-to-head history, and you can see that experience manifesting right now as he pushes back. He's definitely proving he has the mental edge in this rivalry. Omnic is just running away with this, leading 7-2. Zeth is really feeling the pressure after that tough series of games. Zeth finds a glimmer of hope at 7-3. Zeth's ladder edge is starting to show as he claws back. Zeth is putting on a real clinic right now, rapidly erasing that early deficit. The 5th ranked player is showing that class difference now. Omnic takes an 8-4 lead into the break. Well, the stats favored Zeth on this layout, but the momentum has shifted completely. He needs a very strong start on the other side to stop the bleeding. Time to see if the momentum holds. Omnic holds that angle on the blue and just takes over the game right now. The lower rated player is absolutely dominating this server right now. Omnic is cruising along with a commanding 9-5 lead. Omnic is putting on a display here, simply not giving Zeth any room to breathe. It's a massive turnaround from his usual performance on this map. Omnic's just relentless, pushing his lead to a 10-6 gap. He's fought through some tough matches today, but he's still keeping his head. Omnic stays in control, sitting at 10-7. Zeth is quickly narrowing the gap with those back-to-back wins. He's just refusing to let the lead slip away. That's a surprising turn for the guy who entered as the favorite. Omnic answers back quickly to move his lead up to 11-8. Zeth is really struggling to put another round on the board. He completely shuts that down, catching Zeth right off the red to reach match point. He's simply playing flawless Counter-Strike at the moment. A slow burning fight that finally ends in his favor, delaying the finish just a bit longer. The pressure is mounting, but Zeth is refusing to simply fade away. Absolute perfection, he closes it out with total ease to secure the victory. He really proved he could shake off that earlier loss to get this one over the line. Zeph has historically won 51% of the encounters between these two. He's essentially the slight favorite in the long-term rivalry. It will be interesting to see if he can use that mental edge to overcome the fact that Omnic won their most recent meeting. A total shutout as Zeph extends his grip on the match. It's a tough start for the guy who entered as the favorite. He is absolutely on fire, storming to a huge early lead. That's a complete reversal of the last series on Mappas. Omnic responds with a fast flick to put a point on the board. Just a tiny gap in the ratings between these two. Zeph is simply cruising with a commanding 5-1 lead. Zeph has spent the last day fighting through a tough set of matches and is clearly channeling that frustration into a very strong performance here. It's becoming a real uphill battle for Omnic to regain any ground. Zeph is still running away with this 6-2 lead. It's a battle of two players currently tied at 20-15 for the day. Zeph is just relentless, pushing his lead to 7-2. The higher ranked player is firmly in control of the map. Zeph is really putting the pressure on here, moving just 3 rounds away from a victory. It's proving to be a different story than their last outing together. Zeph is just dominant, sitting comfortably at 8-3. A clutch little response from the man sitting at rank 28. Zeph takes a heavy 9-3 lead into the break. Well, he's making a total mockery of the pre-match predictions. He looks way too sharp right now, while Omnic is struggling to put together any momentum. Time to shake it off. Zeph is just untouchable, stretching it to a 10-3 route. This is exactly what you'd expect from a top 30 battle. He is just refusing to let this slip. He has simply been a wall against his opponent today. Just an effortless kill there, putting him exactly 1 point away from a victory. The favorite is completely reeling in this series. Absolute perfection for the final shot, sealing the deal and taking home the victory. A complete flip from that last set on Mappas as he just walked all over his opponent today. Zeth holds a slight edge in the overall head-to-head history, winning about 52% of their encounters. It's a narrow lead, but that mental advantage seems to be carrying over after their most recent meeting. I wonder if Omnic can shake that off and flip the script here. We've got a dead heat as Omnic and Zeth reset. The higher rated player is feeling the pressure early. Zeth is cruising right now with a 2-1 lead. The higher ranked player is really starting to assert himself. Zeth is playing this incredibly fast right now, just completely denying Omnic any room to breathe. His recent dominance in the Italy series was a warning sign. Omnic was just too quick there, completely ignoring the advantage Zeth had on the boost. Zeth is definitely feeling the heat after a rough series of games. Omnic is putting a real stranglehold on the game right now, erasing Zeth's lead entirely. Everything is wide open now for both of them. He's just untouchable right now, picking up another round to take the lead. The lower ranked player is definitely the one in control right now. Zeth manages to claw back around, bringing us right back to a stalemate. Looking more like the favored rank 25 player we've seen today. Zeth is really starting to put the pressure on, and that ramp position provided a great vantage point for the kill. Neither player is budging, keeping it level at 5 apiece. Omnic has put in a massive amount of work today, already logging 20 wins. Goodness, that was an absolute nail-biter. Omnic barely survives with almost nothing left to claim the round. A huge swing in momentum for the lower ranked player here. We're all squared up at 6 apiece. I mean, it's exactly what we wanted to see from this matchup. Zeth's 43% win rate on this map is giving him a solid foundation, but Omnic is fighting back just as hard. Fresh start for both players. Omnic just surged ahead to take a 1-round lead. This is a huge grind for the number 29 seed. Omnic is really making his presence felt today with a positive record of 20 wins and 16 losses over the last day. And you can tell he's converted that confidence into this current run of form. Zeth is looking completely lost right now. Zeth really liked that Tetris spot, allowing him to equalize the match completely. He's clearly looking to replicate that dominant 13-3 victory from earlier. Omnic's really pulling away now, leading it 9-7. His overall career record trails behind by about 50 games. Omnic is widening the gap to 10-7. His recent head-to-head history is heavily skewed toward the other side. Zeth stays sharp and keeps his run going, shutting down that attempt to pull away. He's proving that the pre-match predictions were a bit too hasty. Omnic is just not letting up. He's really putting a lot of pressure on Zeth to find an answer right now. It's a surprising turn from the results we saw on Italy. A lightning-fast reaction there, and now he's just one step away from victory. That was a surgical execution to wrap up the round. What a finish! Omnic shuts it down right here and closes out the series. He's definitely found his groove today, moving his all-time record closer to parity after a series of tough battles. Zeth comes out swinging and secures that early lead from the vantage point. Omnic pulls the plug on that high ground attempt, evening things up perfectly. A really tight clash between these two, considering how often they face off. Zeth currently holds a slim advantage with a 51% head-to-head win rate over the course of 800 matches. It's interesting because that's a massive sample size, yet it often feels like a complete toss-up when they step onto the server. We'll see if Omnic can push back against that historical trend. Unbelievable. He clawed his way back from the brink to secure a huge victory. Absolutely gut-wrenching to be on the losing end of a fight like that. What a scramble! Zeth manages to hold the box and scrape through with a tiny sliver of health. Zeth is just a hair ahead as we hit round 7. This is a tough spot for a guy who entered the lobby as the favorite. He's simply on another level right now, securing his 3rd straight victory. He's simply untouchable right now, picking up another effortless point to keep the streak alive. A huge momentum shift here, as he just keeps piling on the points. A completely different story than that last set on Blame map. Omnic puts an end to that run just as we approach the halfway mark. A clean look at the target to get the momentum shifting. Zeth holds a comfortable lead at 8-4. Well, Omnic was expected to come out on top here, but he's just not finding his footing. He'll need to shake things up to bridge that gap. Fresh start for both players. Omnic has played more than 2,400 total matches in the league, which normally suggests a steady hand. And honestly, his 2016 record over the last day proves he's seen every situation imaginable. It's just frustrating to see that experience not translating into a lead right now. Wow, he nearly let it slip, but Zeth manages to secure that 3rd straight win despite the damage. Zeth completely shuts the door on that rally, knocking Omnic off the box to reach match point. What a finale! He scrapes by with a tiny sliver of health to close out the match. He really took control of the server today, proving why he's consistently held the upper hand in this rivalry. Zeth gets the early advantage, using that height on the ramp to shut down the first exchange. Omnic really stepped up that time, cleaning up from the ramp to tie this series up right away. Omnic is really putting on the pressure now, dragging Zeth right off that ramp for another win. He's fighting uphill after that rough loss on the dunes. We've got a dead heat as Zeth levels things. He's definitely looking for a repeat of that blowout on the dunes. Omnic holds a slender lead with 3 rounds up. Looking back at the total head-to-head, Zeth still holds that edge. Unreal! He survives by the skin of his teeth to push his lead to 4-2. The higher rated player on the ladder is starting to feel the heat. He's simply untouchable right now, extending that run to 3 straight. A total reversal from that slaughter on the dunes. Absolutely crushing it now. He's just tore through the competition with a 4th straight victory. Zeth responds immediately, keeping his health fully intact with a very clean exchange. He's showing plenty of grit right now, taking another round with a perfectly timed shot. Omnic is really putting the pressure on despite having a 35% win rate on this specific map. It's impressive because he's managing to outplay the odds and the rating gap. He's definitely trying to establish a new trend in their rivalry. Omnic holds a 7-5 lead going into the break. I mean, he's looking strong even though Zeth usually owns the head-to-head here. It'll be interesting to see if he can maintain this pace on the second side. Let's see if the momentum shifts. Zeth is refusing to buckle, securing a lightning-fast shot to trim the deficit. We're seeing a real battle of wills now. He's completely locked in, evening the score and proving he's not backing down. The early favorite is now staring at a completely reset board. The comeback is fully underway as Zeth takes full control of the series. Zeth has completely turned the tides of this series. He's just on fire right now, claiming a 4th straight win with a total shutdown. The underdog is completely flipping the script on this one. Omnic finally breaks that momentum with a patient play to keep himself in the hunt. The 29th ranked player is showing some real resolve. Omnic is really making a statement here, utilizing that height on the ramp to seize the lead. A surprising standoff that finally ended with a perfect result for Omnic, keeping his momentum strong. He's really making the most of his 20 wins today. That's a huge swing in momentum. He's simply outclassing Zeth right now with his 4th consecutive victory. The momentum is completely flipped from their last clash on the dunes. And another one. He secures a 5th straight win to put himself on match point. Zeth just needs to stabilize if he wants to force overtime. He stays calm under the pressure to keep this series alive. A vital hold to keep the pressure on. What a finish. Omnic closes it out right here to secure the series victory. Zeth had the speed on the draws, but he just couldn't close the gap when it mattered most. He'll be gutted to let that one slip away. What a battle. Zeth holds a lifelong lead with 435 total victories over Omnic. He's managed to maintain a slight edge throughout their history. Now he's looking to widen that gap by asserting control early in this series. Zeth is cruising right now with a 2-1 lead. The pre-match favorite is starting to push back. Omnic tried to mount a comeback here, but Zeth just isn't letting him get any momentum. Zeth has really tightened the screws at 3-2. A very tight match between two players, nearly identical in rating. Zeth is really pulling away now, leading 4-2. A tough spot for the favorite to be in. Unreal, he barely survives that scramble, clutching out the round with almost nothing left. That's his second high-stakes encounter today with Zeth. Zeth is just too sharp today, taking control and cleaning him up from the ramp. He's really putting his higher map win rate to work. Omnic is currently sitting on a 2016 record across his matches today. It's interesting because he's kept pace with Zeth in the total volume of games, yet the actual results in this specific duel are drifting apart. He really needs to find some stability if he wants to turn this around. A completely untouched performance here as he keeps the pressure high heading into the break. The pressure is shifting as the gap shrinks to a single round. We've got a 6-6 deadlock heading into the break. I mean, this perfectly mirrors the tight matchup we expected. Omnic managed to claw back with a solid 3-round run, so we're looking at a completely open game now. Fresh start for both players. What a fight! He walks away from that absolute war of attrition with a tiny sliver of health. That was an incredibly narrow escape for the leading player. He keeps pushing through a cautious exchange to force a total deadlock in the score. Both players are fighting for every inch of ground now. Both players landed heavy shots in that exchange, but he manages to edge out the victory. Zeth's looking a bit shaken after that rapid loss. Absolute chaos. Now, they finally hit a dead heat at 8 apiece. The ladder rankings really don't tell the whole story today. Zeth regains his footing and takes a slim 9-8 lead. Expectations were high for the favorite, but the tide is turning. He's just too stubborn to go down, bringing this whole match back to a complete draw. He's looking a lot more comfortable than he did an hour ago. Holy cow, what a slugfest. Zeth just barely claws out the victory from that meat grinder. That's exactly how the rankings predicted this series would go. Zeth is really starting to distance himself here, putting some serious daylight between him and Omnic. He just completely outdueled his opponent to stay within striking distance. A huge confidence boost for him after that shaky start. Zeth completely blindsides him here, putting the game on the line. He's really putting a clamp on the game here. What a scramble. He barely scrapes by through that carnage to keep the dream alive. Absolute nail-biter of a round. Both of them are playing with zero room for error. Absolutely incredible grit from Omnic to force this deadlock and send us into overtime. Zeth survives a total war to knock Omnic off the ramp, moving just one round away from victory. A tight result similar to their last match on Mappas. The pace is picking up and Zeth is making these exchanges look effortless right now. The rating difference between these two is practically non-existent. He refuses to back down, clawing back another round in this intense overtime battle. The momentum is swinging back and forth in this overtime madness. He completely takes over the server, erasing Zeth's momentum and leveling things up perfectly. Neither side is giving an inch in this marathon encounter. Omnic is absolutely on fire, continuing this surge to put himself one step away from victory. He is certainly making a strong case for that favorite tech. A total shutdown from Zeth, who answers back with a clean finish to bring us back to a draw. Absolute deadlock in the most intense sequence of the game. Omnic takes a narrow edge, pushing ahead to 16-15. Zeth levels it at 16-all. We're back to square one. Zeth jumps ahead by one, barely clutching the lead. He's consistently played his way to a narrow advantage today. And we are locked in a 17-17 stalemate. The psychological toll of this overtime is becoming apparent for both. Omnic just reclaimed the advantage, stepping ahead at 18-17. He's proving exactly why the community backed him going into this. Omnic secures a 2-round cushion to break Zeth's heart. He really managed to dig deep and outlast a tough opponent in a grueling overtime war. He'll be thrilled to get this one in the books. Hard-fought win. Zeth holds a narrow lead in their head-to-head history. It's clear he's usually the one who comes out on top in these battles. Now Omnic is looking to flip the script and establish his own dominance in this series. Zeth is just capitalizing on those heights right now, securing the advantage from the ramp. These two have faced off over 800 times across their careers. Zeth secures another one from the toolbox, keeping his momentum strong. He's definitely feeling the confidence after that 13-4 win in Dunes. A total shutout as he cleans Omnic right off the box. It's a tight gap on the ladder between these two. He shows a lot of grit here, taking the fight from the wine box to close the gap. It's good to see the underdog digging in here. Zeph is putting on a real clinic here, comfortably extending his lead to 5. Zeph is playing a much tighter series than their last encounter. An effortless strike there to keep the comeback alive. He's certainly showing that he can hang with the top tier of this bracket. Unreal, he manages to clutch out a victory from the toolbox, barely surviving with a single point of health. Absolutely heart-stopping finish on that exchange. He's staying aggressive from the window to bring the score to 4-6. Still plenty of ground for the underdog to cover before the half. Omnic has been riding a strong wave today with a 2016 record overall. It's a bit surprising to see him struggling in this particular set after taking 2 of their last 3 matches. We have to see if that overall confidence can actually translate into a comeback here. Zeth takes the 7-5 lead into the break. Well, this is playing out exactly as a toss-up should. He looks steady, but Omnic only needs a few clean rounds to tie this thing up. Time for a reset. Omnic stays aggressive from the ramp to keep this comeback rolling. Zeph really needs to dig in and find a response here. He's absolutely on fire right now, erasing the deficit entirely to bring us level. Pure chaos now, as soon as this thing gets into a rhythm. Absolute chaos in this exchange, but Zeph manages to scrap through with just a sliver of health left. Seriously, he is walking on a tightrope with these close calls. Zeth just had a much cleaner exchange from the window to push the lead to 2. It is a battle of absolute equals on the rating ladder. He shuts things down from the ramp, showing plenty of fight to keep this deficit small. A huge confidence boost for the challenger coming into this stretch. What a shot to keep the charge going, punishing the window to bring this match completely level. The pressure is mounting as both of these guys trade blows. He picks the opponent off the ramp to take a commanding step forward in this series. He's really shaking off the frustration from that loss to Kale. And now he answers back, keeping the score deadlocked at 10-10. Zeth is fighting hard to keep a narrow lead in the overall head-to-head. Zeth is really starting to pull away here, picking up another quick win from the toolbox. A flawless transition back into the lead for Zeth, putting him just 1 round away from victory. The gap in skill really shows when the pressure spikes. Game over. Zeth seals the deal with a cold finish to close out the series. Omnic really pushed him to the brink, but those couple of low HP escapes saved the day for him. What a fight! Zeth holds a solid lead in their overall head-to-head history. It's a rivalry where the margins are usually razor thin. I wonder if that long-term edge gives Zeth a mental advantage starting this series. Deadlock, Omnic fights back to make it 1-all. Neither one of these guys is giving an inch today. Zeth just snatched the momentum to lead 2-1. Unexpected results for the underdog today. Zeth is moving incredibly fast right now, simply outreacting Omnic in these last couple of exchanges. Absolute perfection from Zeth, who looks completely untouchable right now. The favorite is really struggling to get any footing here. He's just taking over this match, putting a huge gap between himself and the competition. He is just in full control, extending that lead to 6-1. Omnic answers back with a crisp win to keep this contest alive. The ratings are practically identical for these two. Omnic has put together a very solid 2017 record across his games today. Well, that high level of activity is clearly paying off now that he's finally tightened up his game. He's fighting his way back into this one. A completely untouched round for Zeth to extend his lead. That high head-to-head win rate seems to be playing a part. Zeth takes a big 8-4 lead into the break. I mean, Omnic was the slight favorite here, but Zeth is proving why he's better on Italy historically. He's really putting on the pressure right now. Let's see if Omnic can respond. Zeth is just relentless, pushing his lead to 9-4. Just a slim rating difference separating these two on the ladder. Omnic claws one back to make it 9-5. A very tight gap between these two on the ladder. Zeth is really putting a grip on this match, leaving Omnic with a mountain to climb. Omnic is really feeling the heat from that recent fast game loss. Zeth is really putting his foot on the gas now, moving closer and closer to wrapping this up. He's played a lot of games today and it's starting to show. He is simply too strong in these exchanges, and now he's just one round away from the win. That was a lightning fast stop to break the tension. A tough exchange there, but he manages to come out on top to delay the inevitable. That is a tough spot for the higher ranked competitor. What a finish! He closes it out with an effortless shot to secure the series. A really clean performance to wrap things up, showing just how much he's been owning these matchups lately. Zeth holds a narrow lead in their head-to-head history after winning over 400 matches against Omnic. It's clear that the confidence is shifting since Zeth has taken two of their most recent encounters. He'll be looking to extend that trend early on. He's just too fast, claiming another effortless kill from the box to keep the perfect start. The absolute lockdown continues, and he is just completely erasing everything Omnic tries. Omnic responds quickly, picking the opponent off the box. The favorite is finally starting to put up a fight. Zeth is really capitalizing on those high angles, making it look quite easy to hold this lead. Omnic is currently putting up a strong fight, though the ratings place him slightly lower than his opponent. So yeah, he's proving that he can bridge that skill gap today. It will be interesting to see if he can keep this pressure up. Zeth is just far too snappy today, taking that quick victory from the box. Omnic is refusing to let this slip away, cleaning up Zeth from that high perch. Zeth is firmly in control with a 7-4 cushion. He's finally playing to that slight edge in the pre-match a priori. Zeth heads into the break with an 8-4 lead. I mean, he's really defying the early predictions by claiming the momentum. He'll need to keep this pace if he wants to close the door on Omnic early. Omnic needs to wake up now. What a battle! Omnic barely scrapes through that one, digging Zeth out of the box. That was an incredibly tense trade of fire. Zeth's pushing deep now, sitting comfortably at 9-5. He's certainly capitalizing on the momentum from his previous outings today. Zeth is really cruising now with a commanding 10-5 lead. His recent 21-16 run is really starting to translate. Omnic just completely neutralized that advantage and forced Zeth off the box with a quick reaction. Still playing like the favorite going into this match. Omnic is digging deep down, trailing 10-7. His rank is nearly identical to the other guy. Omnic had a glimpse of a comeback, but Zeth just stepped back in to hold that momentum. A high-pressure fight, yet the rating gap here is almost negligible. Zeth manages to hold the line from the box to put himself on match point. Looking completely untouchable right now. Boom! He closes it out with a perfect final shot to seal the series. That's a strong way to finish the set, really proving he's got the upper hand in this rivalry right now. Zef has a strong grip on this rivalry with an all-time lead of 438 to 411s, a massive sample size that shows him generally coming out on top. It makes sense given he's already taken 3 straight series from his opponent today. He'll want to close this out quickly. Omnic is cruising right now with a 2-1 lead. He's fighting to shake off a tough 3-game skid lately. He's just on fire, taking the round and firmly in control of this map. A complete flip from those previous series they played today. A frantic exchange here, but Zeth managed to come out on top. The gap between them on our rating is barely anything. Zeth is really starting to seize the momentum here and is firmly in the driver's seat. That was an absolute brawl, but Zeth keeps his composure to secure his 3rd straight victory. He's just unstoppable right now, claiming a 4th consecutive round. The lower seed is really struggling to find an answer. He just won't slow down, shutting the door on any hope of a comeback. It's a crushing day for the lower seed so far. He's simply playing out of his mind, extending this huge run to 6 straight. This looks like a repeat of their previous battles today. He's simply putting on a clinic right now, extending the streak to 7 before the halfway mark. Zeth seems to have his number this afternoon. Zeth takes a heavy 9-3 lead into the break, and honestly, he's completely running away with this. It was supposed to be a toss-up, but the gap in skill is glaring right now. Omnic needs to find a spark here. Zeth has managed a 21-16 record over the last day, and honestly, he's playing with a level of confidence that Omnic just can't seem to match right now. It's a tough spot to be in when you're trying to break a losing streak against a player who's clearly in a different gear. Zeth is pushing a double-digit lead at 10-5. Looking at the ladder, those two are nearly identical in skill. Omnic tried to put up a fight with a couple of rounds, but Zeth just shuts that dream down immediately. He secures a ruthless kill from the ramp to put himself on match point. He's quickly erasing the brief momentum his opponent had. A tough break for Zeth to let that slip. Omnic is putting up a fight, snagging another round to keep his hopes alive. He's definitely starting to find his feet in this half. What a finish! Zeth survives by the skin of his teeth to close out the series. An absolute lock for him today, taking down his 3rd series of the afternoon. He's really owning this matchup right now. Zeth is currently riding a 4-game win streak, and he's looking extremely comfortable after sweeping their previous 3 encounters today. It'll be tough for Omnic to turn things around if he can't find a way to disrupt that confidence. A frantic exchange on the ramp ends with him securing a perfect start. He's continuing a very dominant stretch over his opponent today. Omnic answers back by picking him off the ramp, showing he's not going away easily. He needs to keep this energy up to bridge the gap. He's showing great poise, putting together 2 straight to keep this tight. Zeth is definitely feeling the pressure of this match. Unbelievable. He wipes the slate completely clean to bring this set even. It's a completely open game now. He's completely taken over this match, surging ahead with 4 straight. He's proving why he entered the match as the favorite. Zeth manages to secure his side of the ramp, locking the score at 4-4. This is getting close despite how the earlier maps went today. Omnic manages to outlast him from the ramp and takes a narrow lead. It's a battle of wills now for the higher seed. Zeth levels the series, making it a dead heat. The historical edge is definitely leaning in his favor. A clean shot to keep the pressure on. We've got a 6-6 deadlock heading into the break. I mean, Omnic is doing a great job fighting back after those losses earlier today. He's really shaking off the bad momentum and refusing to let Zeth run away with this one. Time for the swap. Zeth reads the angle perfectly and picks him right off the ramp. He really seems to have the psychological edge in this rivalry. Zeth is putting a lot of pressure on him right now, and Omnic needs to find a way to slow this slide. He's a couple of spots higher in the ratings for a reason. Zeth just completely seized control of the match, putting together another win to lead by 3. The gap in their head-to-head numbers is starting to show here. Zeth outdueled him from the ramp to keep this run rolling. His overall historical edge is really starting to flatten the competition. He is just completely out of touch right now, while Zeth extends this run to 5 straight. Zeth looks quite sharp today, already putting up 22 wins in his last few series. Absolutely crushing. He just keeps stacking them up, moving within a single round of victory. What a scrap! Omnic claws back the round, barely clinging to life with just 17 health left. Absolutely nails the timing there to stay alive. What a fight! Omnic manages to scrap his way through that exchange to keep his hopes alive. He is really digging deep for these survival rounds. Game over, Zeth secures the map with a final burst that catches his opponent out on the box. He's just completely dominating this head-to-head series today, putting in an absolute clinic across every single map they've played. Zeth really used that height advantage to put himself in the driver's seat early. Zeth owns a solid lead in their head-to-head history, having won over half of their encounters. It's interesting because he's also swept their most recent 3 meetings. It'll be a real test to see if Omni can break that pattern today. Zeth is smelling blood with a 2-1 cushion. He's been in great form lately, putting up a solid 70% win rate. Omnic just shut that down, taking Zeth out quickly, despite the elevation on the ramp. He's putting up a fight despite that ranking gap. Zeth is looking very sharp from the window to keep the pressure on Omnic. A tight contest so far, given the ranking difference. Omnic just completely outplayed him from the window to secure this lead. He's proving why he's a threat, despite that rating gap. Omnic holds a slim edge now at 4-3. It's a huge swing from the results they had just minutes ago. A total deadlock now. We're completely back to a square one scenario after those quick exchanges. His rank suggests he's the one to beat in this matchup. Omnic pulls ahead 5-4 and he's really surging. Zeth wins another duel from the window and now these two are deadlocked. A clean restart for both of them heading into the back half. Omnic keeps his cool and picks Zeth right off the toolbox to keep this momentum going. He's really grinding through the day with those 19 wins. Omnic takes a 7-5 lead going into the break. I mean, he's doing exactly what he needs to here. He has completely ignored his recent 5-game losing streak and is holding his own against Zeth. Let's see if the momentum shifts. Omnic just barely edges ahead, taking a 7-6 lead. He's outplayed some of the biggest names in the league today. Omnic had the timing just right, cleaning up Zeth from the wall to push his lead further. He's really playing above his usual level here. Omnic is really starting to put some distance between himself and Zeth with a strong sequence of rounds. The underdog is really making a statement in this set. Unreal speed, he just walked right through Zeth to expand that gap. The rank 32 player is putting on a total clinic. Zeth answers back with a crisp shot to put a stop to that run. A needed stop for the higher rated player. Wow. He manages to scrape through a chaotic exchange, barely surviving that fight. His nerves of steel are really starting to pay off here. Omnic is really capitalizing on these moments, putting a lot of pressure on Zeth right now. Looking at the overall numbers, this is an incredibly close pair. The pressure is mounting for the favorite to find an answer. Zeth digs deep to keep his hopes alive, barely extending the gap as he fights to stay in this. He really needs to lean on that experience to mount a comeback. Absolute perfection from the window to close this out. Omnic secures the victory. He finally breaks that losing streak against Zeth and puts a huge dent in the favorites' run today. Zeth holds a 440 to 412 lead in their lifetime head-to-head. It's a massive sample size that typically favors the top player in this pair. Now the question is whether Omnic can use this early lead to flip the script on their long-term rivalry. Omnic is really finding his rhythm up 2-1. That second half surge from their last match is still paying off. Omnic just refuses to let Zeth settle in, shutting him down even from that height advantage. The underdog is making a serious statement here. Omnic is dominating, pushing his lead to 3-2. He's had more success overall lately with that 22-15 record today. Zeth has completely flipped the momentum here, knocking Omnic right off that box to tie things up. Zeth just totally took over, erasing his opponent from the box to secure another clean win. He's certainly looking like the favorite we expected. Omnic quickly recovers the momentum to bring the score level. He's playing some clean Changent right now. Zeth keeps that elevation advantage useful, which puts him in the driver's seat as we move toward the double digits. We are deadlocked at 5-all after a wild stretch. A tough spot for Zeth after that recent loss on fast aim. Zeth pulls ahead by 1, seizing the momentum. A strong showing from the higher rated player in this series. We're sitting at a 6-6 deadlock. This is exactly the kind of toss-up we expected coming into the game. Zeth had a nice 3-round run, but Omnic clawed right back to keep this series dead even. Zeth edges ahead, taking a narrow 7-6 lead. His recent record against Omnic usually shows this kind of consistency. And we're back to a stalemate at 7 apiece. He's consistently punching up against those ratings. Omnic is really starting to build some serious steam here as he pushes for a 3-round lead. A much needed recovery for the lower ranked player here. Absolute chaos as we hit an 8-8 tie. Neither player can seem to keep a grip on this thing. Omnic is just too sharp right now, taking him down from the top position in a flash. Omnic is currently riding an impressive wave after his recent victory on fast aim. Well, he's proving that his confidence is peaking at the perfect time. It'll be interesting to see if he can maintain this pace to close things out early. Omnic puts an end to Zeth's run by knocking him off the Tetris to go up 11-8. The momentum shift is palpable after that fast aim result earlier. He's simply too fast, putting himself on the verge of victory with another win. Total shift in power from how these two usually match up. Zeth manages to keep himself in the game with a quick burst from the box. The veteran just clawed back into the fight. Unreal, after a brutal exchange that nearly took both of them out, Omnic barely survives to close out the series. That final clash was an absolute nail-biter, and he managed to outlast the pressure. Zeth will be gutted after that. What a fight! Zeth actually leads this head-to-head rivalry with over 400 wins. It's surprising to see him on the back foot given how consistently he usually outperforms Omnic. We'll have to see if he can turn the tide here. We're completely deadlocked now with both players tied up. Both of these guys have been incredibly active in the server today. Zeth manages to climb back in front with a 2-1 lead. His rating currently puts him just a few slots higher on the ladder. He secures another one from the Tetris, and now he's completely taken over the match. He's looking to bounce back after dropping those last two maps. Omnic reacts faster here, shutting that down in under a second. He really knows how to scrap for every point. Omnic is really finding his footing here, putting together a nice little streak to take the lead. He's looking really comfortable in a match where he entered as the underdog. A complete shutdown. He's just taking over this game right now. Zeth hasn't been able to find the same success in their latest few meetings. Zeth manages to outlast his opponent in a frantic exchange to keep things level. That's exactly the kind of resilience we've seen from him in this rivalry. Omnic just edges ahead, moving into a 5-4 lead. He's really making a case for himself as the favorite today. Zeth strikes back, pushing this clash into a total stalemate. Omnic has been the aggressor in most of their matches lately. Unreal! Zeth survives on a sliver of health and secures another victory to enter the break with a narrow lead. He's really fighting for that narrow lead. We're sitting at a 6-6 deadlock going into the break. I mean, this perfectly mirrors the neutral expectations for the match. Both players traded 3-round bursts to keep this completely even. Omnic noses ahead again, holding a tight 7-6 lead. He's showing a lot of confidence after those 2 straight map wins. Omnic is really putting the pressure on now, effectively cleaning up Zeth's position on the wine. Absolutely effortless. He's simply outclassing his opponent right now. He refuses to let this slip, putting an immediate stop to that run. Unbelievable. He barely walks away from that chaos, surviving on just 7 health. He's definitely riding a wave after securing those 2 previous map wins. Zeth holds his ground on the wine to keep this rally going. A solid response to keep things competitive. The gap is widening, and Omnic is quickly putting himself in a very strong position to close this out. That's a tough spot to be in for the favorite. What a desperate scramble. Zeth keeps the dream alive, walking away from that brawl with practically nothing left. Absolutely clutch to nail that shot while on the verge of death. A cautious dance between the two, but Omnic eventually secures the clear victory. He's really making the most of this momentum shift. He just couldn't let that happen, answering back instantly to keep himself in this fight. What a finish! Omnic finally closes it out, taking the win right here. Zeth just can't find a way to close these out today, and it's finally starting to wear on him. What a fight! Zeth actually holds a clear overall lead with 440 wins in their head-to-head history, but is currently fighting a deep slide against this specific opponent. I mean, Omnic is just relentlessly closing the gap between them right now. Omnic is just too quick today, picking Zeth right off that box. The momentum really carries over from those previous 3 maps today. Omnic has Zeth on the ropes with a 2-1 lead. Zeth needed to shake off those 3 straight losses from earlier. Talk about a total deadlock. They both fought for that same ramp and Zeth just came out on top. His overall win rate here usually leans in his favor. That's a huge swing for Zeth, who now has a 3-round run of his own. It's almost a mirror image of their total career record. Omnic quickly clears him off the ramp to bring the tally back to a dead heat. The ratings for these two are almost identical going into this a tie. Zeth is really fighting to put some distance between himself and Omnic here. He's holding his own despite that tough run of losses earlier. Omnic just really held his ground on that ramp to keep this series perfectly level. He really looks sharp after those 3 straight wins earlier today. Zeth is really starting to put the pressure on here, controlling the pace of this match. He's really putting those mid-ladder numbers to the test. We're completely locked in at 5 apiece now. Both of these players have been incredibly busy throughout the day. Unreal, Zeth barely scrapes through that clash on the ramp with a sliver of health left. A nail-biting encounter that could have gone either way. Zeth takes a narrow 7-5 lead into the break. Honestly, it's a very even start between these two. Zeth seems to be utilizing his better map percentage to keep Omnic at arm's length. Omnic is refusing to let Zeth pull away, quickly cleaning him off the ramp to tie things up. Zeth has usually been the one dominating this pair over time. Zeth is currently sitting on a 22-16 record for the day. It shows he's managing to maintain a steady pace even while fighting through some tough matchups. This particular set is a real battle of consistency, and Zeth is starting to look like he can pull away. Pure chaos now with both Zeth and Omnic tied at 8. He is completely taking over the server right now, picking up another effortless point. Omnic is completely in control here, holding that ramp to secure his 4th straight victory. The number 28 ranked player is playing some incredible stuff right now. He is simply an absolute wall right now, extending his run to 5 straight. A rough stretch for Zeth, who's already dropped 3 full maps to him. Zeth finally answers back, outlasting his opponent in a high ground duel on the ramp. He had to fight for every inch in a few of those early sets. A tough exchange for Zeth, leaving him just 1 step behind Omnic's victory. He's certainly showing why he's considered the underdog in their rivalry. What a heart-stopping finish! Omnic barely survives that brutal exchange to close out the series. He's really putting on a clinic today, just completely dismantling Zeph's lead in this series. Truly a gutsy performance. What a fight! Zeth holds a slight lifetime advantage over Omnic with that head-to-head lead. It's a stark contrast to their most recent encounters, where Omnic has looked much more confident. He'll be hoping to recapture that momentum now. Zeth is absolutely dominating this start, sitting on a 2-0 lead. Hard to forget those 3 losses the server just gave him. That's a perfect start for the lead, just continuing a complete shutout. He's looking for a return to that early career dominance. A slow burn of a round, but he still comes out on top to make it 4 straight. Omnic entered this one with a lot of confidence from those 3 straight map wins. A careful exchange here, but Omnic finally finds the gap to put a stop to that run. He has definitely stayed sharp with 21 wins today. Omnic manages to pick him off the ramp and keeps this rally going. It's a dangerous spot for the higher rated side to be in. Zeth shuts that down quickly, catching Omnic right as he stepped up on the ramp. Zeth is currently sitting at 21 wins for the day, and honestly, he's using that energy to erase the memory of those 3 losses he just suffered against Omnic earlier in the session. It'll be interesting to see if he can sustain this for the full 12 rounds. He is back in control now, securing 3 straight to widen the gap. The 2 of them are deadlocked in the rankings right now. Omnic manages to pick him off the toolbox to put a dent in that lead. The ratings on the ladder are almost identical for these 2. Zeth's firmly in the driver's seat with an 8-3 lead. He's managing to claw back control of the momentum here. Zeth heads into the break with an 8-4 lead. I mean, neither player was clearly favored here, but Zeth is really capitalizing on the early rounds. He's playing the role of the aggressor right now. Let's see how the swap goes. Zeth gets the better of him from the planks, and he's really starting to stretch this lead. He's firmly, which is a nice change from the previous match. Zeth pushes the advantage further, climbing to a 9-5 lead. Zeth had no trouble finding him tucked away in the window to put another round on the board. Zeth just tightened the noose, taking that round from the toolbox to put himself in a commanding position. A complete flip from those 3 maps they played earlier today. He keeps the heat going with a strong play from the ramp to move just 1 round away from victory. That's a massive shift in momentum from the start of the half. A needed exchange for the trailing side. He needs a huge surge to stay in this. Unbelievable. Zeth closes it out with a perfect finishing blow to secure the match victory. He's really bouncing back now. After that rough stretch earlier, he looked completely refreshed and in total control this time around. Zeth holds a narrow lead in their head-to-head record. It's interesting because he's actually coming off a strong win against Omnic earlier today. Now the question is whether he can keep that momentum moving forward. We're all tied up now between Zeth and Omnic. Both of them are sitting right in the middle of the ladder. Omnic has shifted the momentum with a 2-1 lead. He is showing plenty of confidence after those early rounds. Omnic is putting on a clinic early, keeping Zeth on his heels with some incredibly fast reactions. Zeth is clearly feeling the pressure from this series. That was a brutal exchange, and he emerges once again to take a commanding lead. A surprising turn for Omnic given the lifetime total. A huge display of grit from Zeth, who just walked away from that encounter without taking any damage. He is definitely fighting to close that gap in the rankings. Unbelievable! Zeth barely survives that encounter to keep his momentum rolling. A terrifyingly small margin for a huge swing in momentum. Zeth has looked quite sharp today with a 22-16 record over the last day. It's just surprising to see him struggling to close this out since he usually handles the pressure well. I wonder if he can find a way to stabilize here. Omnic's out front by 2, really controlling the pace. He's barely outside the top 20 on the ladder right now. Zeth secures another quick round from the box, keeping the pressure high as the first half nears its end. It's 7-5 for Omnic as we head into the break. I mean, this is exactly the kind of dead heat we expected to see here. Both players are fighting for every single point in a very close series. Time to see if Zeth can respond. Zeth is showing real tenacity here, opening the second half with a picture-perfect play. He's definitely fighting to close that distance on the ladder. He's completely erased that deficit, bringing us back to a dead heat. This is starting to feel like a total toss-up. Omnic claws back ahead with an 8-7 lead. It's a battle of the mid-table today for these two. Total reset now with 5 rounds left to go. Omnic is really putting on the pressure now, managing to pick Zeth right off the Tetris. The two are almost identical in the current ladder rankings. Omnic surges ahead to a 10-8 lead. He's looking to push that head-to-head advantage even closer. Zeth refuses to go away, clawing back another round to narrow the gap. That was lightning fast, barely a second of action. He is showing incredible resilience, staying completely untouched to bring this match back to a dead even split. Both of these guys are fighting for every single placement in the mid-tier. Zeth is on fire now, taking his third straight to officially move ahead in the score. A really grueling fight to close out that round. He's just completely taken over the map, putting himself one round away from victory. Just a complete collapse from Omnic in this stretch. Absolutely incredible. Zef finishes a dominant round to secure the victory. He really dug deep there to close out the series and get his revenge. Omnic fought like a beast, but he just couldn't stop that final push. What a fight! Zeth has been the more consistent force in this rivalry, leading their lifetime head-to-head series 442 to 415. I mean, he usually holds the upper hand here, so it's interesting to see Omnic taking an early lead. We'll see if the favorite can shake off this slow start. Omnic is cruising right now, sitting comfortably at 2-1. He looks like he's still shaking off that 13-6 blow from earlier. What a scramble! Both players were nearly depleted, but Omnic claws out the victory by a hair. He's definitely making the most of this particular map layout. Omnic is really starting to pull away here, using that elevation on the ramp to push his lead. That was a quick and clean stop for him. A quick exchange that keeps the door wide open for him. Zeth is staying aggressive, simply refusing to let his opponent stretch that lead further. Zeth has a total of 22 wins today, but he's looking far less confident in this specific map than his overall form suggests. It'll be tough to reclaim control if Omnic keeps pressing this advantage. Omnic's really running away with this, now leading 6-3. It's a far cry from the dominant performance Zeth put up on Fast Aim. Zeth holds his ground and secures the round from the ramp, showing some real toughness here. Needed a big stop there to keep the momentum shifting. He's simply refusing to cave, putting more pressure on the leader just before the break. That was such a sharp, instantaneous read. Omnic heads into the break with a 7-5 lead. I mean, Zed was supposed to be the slightly stronger player here, but Omnic is playing the spoiler so far. He's definitely capitalizing on his chances. Let's see if Zed can answer back. That's a huge spark of life for him right now. His current rank puts him firmly in the group of this league. Omnic still holds a slender 2-round cushion. Omnic is showing some real resilience today. Absolute chaos in this one, but Omnic manages to scrape by with a narrow survival. He's certainly refusing to let that lead slip away. Zeth stays cold under pressure, completely dismantling his opponent to keep this rally alive. His recent match against Shroud was an absolute nail-biter. Omnic still in the driver's seat, up 10-7. He's really putting on a show for his 29th place ranking. Zeth is showing real tenacity, refusing to go quietly as he cuts into the lead. The pressure is really mounting for the higher ranked man right now. These last few exchanges have been lightning fast, decided in the blink of an eye. It's a bit of a contrast to their other matches today. A brutal shutdown by Omnic, who now only needs a single round to end this. That's a huge momentum swing in his favor. Game over. He shuts the door on the final round to secure the series victory. He really locked in when it counted and managed to outlast Zeth's push in the end. A massive performance from the underdog today. Zeth currently holds the overall head-to-head lead with 442 wins. It's interesting because that long-term history is really the deciding factor in such a close ranking battle. We'll see if that mental edge is enough to secure the series. Omnic was way too quick on that raid, cleaning Zeth right off the vine. A very tight matchup between these two in the middle of the ladder. Omnic is pulling away now, leading 2-1. That 13-8 win on Orange is definitely weighing on Zeth. He's just on fire, knocking Zeth off the Tetris to take a 3-round surge. Omnic is really leaning into the underdog role right now. He is simply outclassing everything Zeth throws at him right now. We expected the higher seed to hold his ground here. Total control from the challenger, extending the run to 5 consecutive rounds. Zeth is definitely feeling the pressure of those rank numbers now. Finally, a breakthrough for Zeth to slow this momentum down. He's showing why he's got that slight rating advantage in the standings. Omnic is just too fast today, picking Zeth right off that Tetris box. The gap between these two on the ladder is almost non-existent. Zeth has a better track record on this specific map. Well, it's a shame that those numbers aren't translating into rounds right now. He's really struggling to find any traction in this series. Omnic is just dominating, sitting comfortably at 7 rounds. Zeth is definitely fighting to make up for that loss on Orange. Zeth is really digging in his heels now, snatching that round right off the Tetris. That's a very sharp response to get the momentum shifting. Omnic holds a 7-5 lead going into the break. I mean, it's a close start, but Zeth is definitely not playing to his usual 52% head-to-head advantage. He'll need to step it up to close this gap. Time to see if Zeth responds. Zeth remains composure, eventually picking him right off the vine to close the gap. That's a really strong start to this second half for Zeth. Absolutely untouchable. He is erasing that early deficit and brings us level at 7-all. He secures his third straight round by simply out-peaking from the Tetris. He's finally starting to look like the favorite in this one. A fast reaction from Omnic to put the score right back to a deadlock. He manages to keep his cool on the Tetris to edge out the lead. He's showing why he enters this duel as the slight favorite. A patient fight there, but he comes out completely unscathed to keep the pressure high. His confidence is peaking right now. He's completely flipped the script, taking a third straight to put himself in a prime position. Total lockdown from the favorite in the final stretch. Unbelievable. He just clears Omnic off the Tetris and moves a single step away from the finish. And there it is, he finishes the job with a flawless burst to seal the series. He really managed to dig deep after that tough set on Orange. Omnic put up a hell of a fight, but he just couldn't keep pace late. Zef holds the historical advantage with a 52% win rate in their head-to-head matches. It's an edge that usually puts him in control, but he's really struggled to keep that consistency over their last few encounters. We'll see if he can reclaim that dominance today. A total reversal of fortune as Omnic takes full control of the early game. Everything seems to be going his way right now. Both of them were trading heavy damage in a wild scramble, but he comes out on top once again. The seedings really aren't telling the full story here. He just blasts him right off the toolbox for a 5th consecutive win. He's keeping the pressure high after that 13-8 loss in their last map. He's simply untouchable right now, making it a complete shutout in the first 6. A really surprising start for the higher rated player here. The streak just keeps growing, and that's 7 straight for Omnic. It's a completely different story compared to their last meeting. An absolute nightmare for Zeth, who has now been swept for 8 consecutive rounds. He's really making a statement despite the lower rating here. Finally a response from Zeth, grabbing the lead from the ramp to snap that long run. A huge boost for him after a tough couple of matches today. Omnic has an impressive 2019 record today. You know, that level of consistency across a long day of matches seems to be paying off. He's putting his stamina to the test against a player who normally gets the better of him. I wonder if Zed can find a way to halt this momentum. It's 9-3 for Omnic going into the break. I mean, this is a complete shock given the head-to-head history. Zeth looks totally lost right now and needs a huge spark to recover from this hole. Let's see if Zeth wakes up. Omnic keeps a firm grip on things at 9-4. A nice touch for the guy sitting slightly higher on the ladder. Omnic is still comfortably ahead by 4 rounds here. It looks like the favorite is finally finding a gear. Zeth is really heating up now, clearing the ramp with a 3rd consecutive win. Zeth is certainly playing like the more experienced veteran in this series. What a fight! He barely survives that scrap to keep the roll going. Absolute chaos in that exchange, barely holding on for the win. Zeth claims another one from the planks, and that's 5 straight for the comeback kid. The momentum has completely flipped in a matter of minutes. Unbelievable. He manages to find the equalizing round and brings this whole series back to a dead heat. Insane level of composure to claw back this far. A staggering 7th straight for him, officially taking the lead. He looks far more confident than in those previous matchups. He claims the high ground on the toolbox to push his streak to 8. He's fully capitalizing on the momentum now. He's simply in a different world right now, taking his 9th straight to put himself on the verge of victory. What a finish! He survives by a hair to cap off a 10-round tier and complete the comeback. A total roller coaster of a set, but Zef proves he's still got the edge in this rivalry. He really had to sweat for that one. What a fight! Zeth is looking strong early on, managing to shut Omnic down as he pushed up the ramp. Omnic really stayed sharp there, cutting him down while Zeth was still trying to hold the ramp. He's putting up a real fight against a higher rated player today. Zeth holds a slight 444 to 416 lead in their all-time head-to-head battles. I mean, it's a tight historical gap, but it proves he typically knows exactly how to handle this specific opponent. The real question is if he can push that advantage forward after this slow start. Omnic is really starting to build some momentum here, keeping the pressure on, as Zeth tries to find a way back into the game. Omnic seems determined to flip the script today. Zeth is playing these early rounds incredibly fast, catching Omnic off guard while holding that Tetris spot. He's had the upper hand in most of their series today. Omnic is really stepping up today, and he manages to clear Zeth right off those containers. Zeth has historically looked more comfortable in these specific exchanges. Omnic is just too quick right now, catching Zeth before he could even react on the ramp. He's showing a lot of resilience after those two tough losses earlier. Absolute chaos in this one, but Zeth manages to scrape through the fight with a tiny sliver of health. That was a nails on the edge fight to get back in this. A total shootout right there on the ramp, and Zeth comes out on top. Both players are staying remarkably consistent with their overall form today. Zeth is absolutely on fire right now, taking a commanding lead into the break. He's completely seized control before the side swap. We've got a dead heat at 6-6. Well, both players are playing right to their level here. It's been a really tight opening set, and Zeth's map advantage hasn't really given him any breathing room yet. Time to see who blinks first. Unreal, he barely survives that trade-off from the ramp, walking away with almost nothing left. He's definitely proving why he entered this series as the favorite. Omnic is really treating the ramp like his own personal fortress right now. Hard to tell who has the edge after such a swingy start. Zeth barely edges ahead, holding an 8-7 lead now. The consistency he's shown across their matches today is starting to pay off. Omnic just completely erased him from that ramp, bringing us right back to a dead even score. Neither player is giving an inch as they fight for the lead. Omnic manages to secure another round, taking Zeth down as he held the ramp. That's a massive shift in control for someone ranked slightly lower. Just as effortless as the last few, and he's now firmly in the driver's seat. His last few series of the day have looked a bit shaky. Zeth finds his mark and puts a stop to that momentum. Zeth is certainly fighting to get back into that lead. We are locked in a stalemate at 10 apiece. He's had an impressive 23 wins across the server today. Zeth outplays him in another high ground exchange, extending his current run to 3. This really mirrors the outcome of their previous map together. Just a gorgeous finish to bring him to the brink of victory. He's definitely showing the kind of consistency expected of the higher seed. Omnic shuts the door on that chance and picks Zeth off the ramp. The underdog is refusing to let this slide. Goodness, what an absolute brawl on the ramp, and Omnic barely claws his way out alive. Absolute nails biter as they head into a sudden death tie. Omnic is just completely taking over now, putting his opponent on the defensive with another victory. A complete reversal from their last encounter on Fast 10. He's just too strong right now, clearing Zeth off the ramp to move within striking distance. Seeing the lower ranked player outplay him like this is wild. He's just completely in control now, securing a 5th straight victory to put himself one step away from the win. The momentum has shifted completely since the side swap. What a response! Zeth keeps the dream alive with a perfectly clean shot. He's showing why the ladder put him in the top spot. What a gutsy sequence from Zeth, effortlessly cutting the other man down from that high ground. It's getting incredibly tense out here. He's just completely unstoppable now, erasing the deficit to bring the score dead even. Total deadlock as we push even deeper into this overtime battle. Zeth claws back a single point lead. We are completely tied up at 16 each. Zeth just barely reclaimed a 1-point advantage. A huge exchange of fire to keep the pressure high. Zeth has carved out a 2-round cushion. He's starting to look like the highest seed in this duel. Zeth is barely holding on to an 18-17 lead. It's really become a complete toss-up as we head into the late game. And just like that, Omnic forces another tie at 18. A complete deadlock between these two competitors. Omnic strikes back to claim a slender 19-18 advantage. Zeth catches up, making it a deadlock at 19. Zeth just barely nudged back in front at 2019. He's really managing to stay composed in these deep water scenarios. Absolute parity as Omnic brings it back to 20 all. Neither player is willing to give up their ground tonight. Omnic barely edges ahead, clinging to a 21-20 lead. Just a completely different pace compared to his earlier matches today. Omnic's now holding a narrow 2-point lead. He's finally shaken off those previous losses and clawed his way back into the series. Talk about a war of attrition. What a fight.